Yo. 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 Yo, yo, yo. What's up, boys? I found a disgusting grind. Oh my gosh. Hold on. Let me put in Discord that we're live. Luke, what's up, buddy? I'm gonna go fill my coffee real quick. I'll be right back. Be right back. We're gonna start in a second. Oh my gosh. Yo, yo, what's up, Wobble? IG, haven't been here in a while? Welcome, brother. You came on the perfect day. It's actually a fun grind. The funny thing, you want to know the funniest thing about this grind? It's equally worse than people wanted, but better than people wanted. And what I mean by that, and we'll go over a million different explanations, because people are looking at this, and rightfully so. They're comparing it to the exchanges last year, and they're thinking, I need to get a crazy pull out of the exchange itself. Dude, I found a route that puts our old League SBC grind to shame, brother. Alvin, what's up, buddy? Mumbo, do you think the grind is infinite if I only do the dailies, 1 of 5 in the craft upgrades? Yes and no. If you are only doing daily bronze, daily silver, daily gold, provisions, the other daily things like the 85, 10, 84, 10s, 88, 7 is it? What is it? A lot of the player picks will be 87 pluses. You'll put a lot of it back in. You'll make a lot of those packs back. You might have some where it's overkill, some where it's less, balances out. There's an even better route, and we're going to start covering that in a second once my coffee's done. So I think everyone's issue is two things. Everyone's issue is SBC bans, rightfully so. But the second issue people have is what do you do now when batch 2 is out versus when batch 3 is out? Same thing with Footies Team 2 versus Footies Team 3. Because like right now, everything we're packing instantly becomes a duplicate when it comes to a majority of the special cards. Very easy to build up. Obviously, that's going to change tomorrow, but you're going to get those so quickly. I said a voice update. I sent you a voice update. A voice update? What'd you send a voice update on? Your one-handed high after surgery. On Discord? Brother, I barely know how to look at Discord messages. How do I look at a voice one? If there was an extra, like, 5-rare exchange, it'd be great. So, again, let me get my coffee. I'm going to put you guys on game. 1 second. Okay. Is Luca here? Luca, are you here, brother? I can't type well. It's in Discord DMs. So I gotta look at this real quick.
a question for you, buddy.
Hold on. Is it appropriate what you say? Can we play this out loud?
What I'm doing.
Okay.
Okay, Mumbo, I got a question for you, buddy. What I'm doing is I've kicked the Premium Mix League out completely.
Wait, I shouldn't play it? I wouldn't do that. Wait, you don't want me to play this or you want me to? Hold on, I gotta know. It's fine. Okay.
Okay, Mumbo, I got a question for you, buddy. What I'm doing is I've kicked the Premium Mix League out completely. I'm not even doing the 87 to 90s upgrades because I think they're a waste because the footies now count as Team of the Weeks and you'll get so many footies from the 84 double.
You're right, but you're wrong.
What I'm considering doing is putting everything up to 83, 84 into those 84 plus player picks and rolling everything else into the new provision upgrade.
Okay.
Now, the only thing is, I haven't started putting 84s in yet, and I still don't know whether it's worth to put 84s into 86 into Team of the Weeks or not. I haven't got that far yet because my dupe storage is literally just full of 84s.
Yes.
What your opinion on that, my dude?
Okay, so his dupe storage is full of 84s. That is fantastic. We're gonna watch it. We're gonna listen to his other one.
Oh, also, I'm on the web app, and earlier on, I got 140 SBCs done in 1 hour.
Hey, let's go. Okay. Are you guys ready? Hold on. There's an ad. I won't start yet. Let me know when the ad's over, Wobble. When Wobble's ad's over and Luke is here, we'll get started. I think it's off end? Sick. Okay, I need to go to PS4 because my controller's doing the stick drift. Okay. I'm ready? Alright, the second I see Wobble, we're starting. Chessboard, what's up, buddy? Should I drop my entire storage in the exchange? I have 190 plus 91 rare cards. Hold on. Hold the phone. How many have you made so far? How many exchanges? Have they got rid of the soft bin? Not yet. But I don't know where. Okay, so Redacted was talking about a complaint about his dupe storage is filling up with 84s. A lot of you guys are running into issues right now where you're not running into the issue of it not being unlimited repeatable, whether you're doing League SBCs or not, okay? If you missed my video today, essentially I explained this grind sounds like, and if your pack luck's not even necessarily in, if you're kind of doing the stuff, it will go an absolute long way. Where technically, I do not think you need League SBCs anymore. However, I strongly encourage you guys to do the premium mix 5 times a day. The reason why I said that to start off, I said the reason you do it 5 times a day is because right now, at the time, the cards were 300, 400 coins for a lot of the Pro League. I was saying, with the quick sell value of both of those packs, you're making 8K on those. If you're spending, let's say, upwards to 4K if you're buying out a lot of the Pro League, Portuguese League, doesn't matter, right? You're making 4K profit per that, easy 20, 25K that you could put into whatever you want. Team of the Week upgrades, other things. I didn't even realize that footies now count in all the SBCs. So that changed my mind again. I'm like, okay, so now that footies count, 83s, 84s, if you guys were using specific ratings for Team of the Week upgrades, you are probably getting stuck with certain ratings, right? You're having up to a certain rating, and it's like, oh, do I make a Team of the Week? Do I need it? I can do this. I can do that. You can kind of go whatever way you want with that. All I'm saying is if you're in a position right now where you are not struggling to make unlimited packs or picks, that's not a struggle whatsoever, and you don't feel like you're ever going to run out of footies provisions, if you feel like you're going to run out, let me know. We're going to have well over 100 plus of these made today easily. If you feel like you're getting low and running out, I have solutions to work around. But the important thing is this. You want the next level of this grind. If you feel like you're being overkill because you did all your dailies today, like your 8410s, 8510s, and you want to submit 84s into a bunch more 84 plus player picks, I don't think that's a bad thing. If you want to put those into Team of the Week upgrades just to have a Team of the Week ready to go, I don't think that's a bad thing. However, I think there's better things. And what I mean by better things is I think there's a next level we can take this. And it's two directions. You ready for this? You ready? You ready? So this is only out for 19 hours. It's the 1 of 3 94 plus FOF. Okay? This I know some of you are already doing, and you're doing a lot of these. And the reason you're doing a lot of these is kind of twofold. One, your dupe storage is filling up with a lot of high-rated dupes. You maybe have like a Footies card duplicate that you put into this. But what people are realizing is if you get an FOF or a Footies card from Team 1 in this, and you already have that, you can put it right back in. If it's going to be in your dupe storage, you could put it right back in, which is essentially an 88 raid squad and an 89 raid squad, where you don't need any additional one of those requirement things. So basically, it's like it's not there. It cancels each other out, right? If you get a crazy pack pull or you have one that you didn't get yet, you'd have to find it elsewhere. But I don't think that's an issue for people crafting or getting. The reason I say hold off on making more Team of the Week upgrades is if we get another one of these for Team 3, if it becomes Team 2 footies in here, I think this is going to be more overpowered, because if you're already getting a high 90s player that you're putting into an 88 rated squad, you can significantly make the rating lower on this and use a lot of stuff that's maybe filling up your dupe storage, which would be another nice place to put it. Same thing with the 89. If it's filling up, you can do both these things. The nice thing too, you have the jumbo gold pack. So the League SBCs, one of the reasons why it's so good is because usually the jumbo gold pack has over a quick sell value of 5K. My thinking is, though, there's two tunnels I'm thinking of. If you're already making unlimited picks, unlimited packs, and you're looking for a place to offload, finding something like this that can get you not only liquid coins, but you can continue to spam for those higher end cards that you might be missing out on in the 84 plus player pick, in the dailies even. I think that's going to be where the next level of this grind comes in. Not only that, and then 87s and 90s into provision. So you're saying do the 91s, 86 in. So I'm saying yes and I'm saying no. I'm not saying necessarily to put the 91 pluses into this and 84 or 86s into this. I'll explain more right now. I think you can, and I think getting the duplicate footies is going to make it easier. I think everyone should be doing all 10 of the 87 to 90s every single day, especially with it only being 83 raid squad. A lot of you guys are thinking of it from the perspective of, oh, Mumbo, I don't need these because I'm making enough provisions as is. You're going to get FOFs in those. I don't know what's going to happen when batch 3 comes in packs. I don't know how many FOFs are going to be in there, but I'm getting several FOFs in the 87 to 90s. It's useful for that. But another thing you guys are sleeping on is if you're already overkill, right? You're thinking of today, your 84s, 86s are filling up. Guess what's going to happen tomorrow when you have the 84s and 86s filling up? You're going to do all the dailies anyways. If you wanted to do the 83 raid squad for all 10 of the 87 to 90 times 3, you could chuck in bronzes and silvers with some of those 84s, with some of those dupe 85s. Not only clear your dupe storage, get you additional FOF cards, get you additional promo cards that you don't have yet from batch 3, but past that, the main thing is you clear your dupe storage, you keep going. However, there's another layer to this, and it was another reason why I wanted you guys to bare minimum do 5 League SBC runs a day. I haven't touched the provisions yet. I made all my daily provisions, the provisions that's been out. I haven't done the daily bronze, daily silver, daily gold. I haven't had to touch that yet. I've made over 50 of the exchange provisions, but I haven't touched my 7 provisions with the 85 rateds that you need. The reason why, I'm trying a new funnel system where if you look at the price of Pro League Portuguese League, I know I said you don't necessarily need to do League SBCs. You can do a lot of the high-end stuff. You don't need it. But, a big but, if you wanted to, if you did for Foot Genie, League SBCs, I'm telling you right now, a lot of the pro leagues are 200 coins, or they have been. If you can get those for that cheap, you're going to pack so many gold commons and gold rares. And the way I'm funneling it, Whether you want to do League SBCs or not, you don't even have to buy the silvers. You could just spam open the provision packs you're making from exchanges, and you're getting 10 commons and 20 rares. With the drop rate of the rares in this, with how many 88, 87s, 86s, 85s you're going to get a lot of that fodder back anyways that you're needing to do these higher end SBCs. But what's really cool is you're slowly filling up your club with commons. The same with the daily provisions. If you're doing all 7 of the daily provisions, you probably have a plethora of commons that if you wanted to do League SBCs, diversifies from the rare, sweet. If you didn't want to, it's more just lower rating. You can chuck into all these larger SBCs. That way, if you didn't want to get away with just a bronze, you don't necessarily need to make a single 80 plus times 5 out of it. You could theoretically put those into the higher end upgrades too. But, there is an even better method that I found. And you ready for this? Guys, can someone do some math for me? What is 300 divided by 4? I know the answer. I just typed it in. Does anyone know what 300 divided by 4 is? 75? Okay. What is 75 times, let's say, 7,000? Does anyone know what 75 times 7,000 is? Just an off chance. $75 times 7,000. It is 525,000. You know why that number is important? That is the bare minimum amount of coins tomorrow I'm going to make on the Premium Mixed League upgrade. Because I am nowhere near running out of my footies provisions. Not only am I continuing to build these up, I'm going to continue to store gold commons in my club. The gold rares I'm getting, I'm going to continue to spam player picks with them endlessly. I'm going to get more gold commons in my club as I make more of these. I'm going to constantly fill more gold commons, constantly fill more gold commons, constantly fill more gold commons. And the beautiful thing is, I can do this SBC, I can do player picks, I can do all this easily on PS4, PS5, and my companion app. If I keep Foot Genie strictly just for League SBCs, I kid you not, I can do the premium mix for an average spend of less than 1,000 coins, which would net me over 7,000 coins, worst case scenario, per run. And if I did it up to an SBC ban of 90 times, not only would I make over 500,000 coins bare minimum, it'd probably be closer to 750k if we're being honest. The amount of cards you'd get back into your club, you'd be able to put instantly back into any other thing you want to do. You want to put them all into player picks, you want to put them into crafting upgrades, you can still do all that. The reason I bring that up is another tier of degeneracy that we need to discuss. And that is, what do you do with your coins? When you funnel fodder into coins, what do coins go to? And we are going to do big gamble packs. There is right now in the store, if you guys have played the game for more than, is it 200 days? We're going to do this one in a little bit, and you'll see why I can't do it right now. Not provisions, where is it? Packs for you. If you guys haven't done this packs for you yet, for 126k, the Footies Fiesta is 200 cards. 26 are rated, 86 or higher. But essentially, I'm going to be able to open this and huge other ones just with the coins we're making from the League SBC thing alone. In my plan with the League SBC ones at that point, we're going off a quick sell value. That's not even listing value. I'm not even going to min-max. I'm probably just going to go into the jumbo gold if I'm being honest. We'll probably just quick sell maybe a majority of the things outside of the players and not even care about that anymore. And the reason why I say that, and this is the last thing I'll kind of end on, because today's going to be just spamming through all this stuff and kind of filling you guys in with different grinds. We're going to reach levels of degeneracy, all of us, different tiers. There's going to be people who are new to levels of degeneracy. We want to get them slowly started into it. But I think we're going to reach a point where people are going to be like, oh my gosh, I genuinely can make so many coins. Realistically, I want a shot at all the 99s. Realistically, I want to do every store pack. Realistically, I want to do this, I want to do that. And they're going to be able to find whatever grind they want to for it. It's going to get crazy, man. All right, anyways, sorry. So, we're going to make more videos on that specifically. I don't have the exact path right now in terms of anything else outside of that thought. We kind of have to wait to see what they give us tomorrow when it comes to the big player pick footies thing. If we get a Team 2 one, that's going to be perfect. Does that somewhat make sense? Here's one thing. That's 4 SBC runs, so is SoftBand still a thing? So that was the other thing I thought of, right? So there's 2 issues with that. If we're comparing, let's say, the 94 plus footies PP versus League SBCs, if you're doing those on Foot Genie, right? And let's say you want to do all your daily SBCs on there, nothing else other than daily SBC usages. My bad. I don't want to word that incorrectly. Let's say you wanted to do 150 of the 94 plus. You probably could. The issue is most people probably don't have a way to consistently have their club have the right fodder that they need to do it. So the issue is going to be, how do you get those things, right? If you can do it, that's going to be the great middle ground, but that's the separator. The nice thing about League SBCs, whether you do it 5 times a day, 10 times a day, if you do it with this new kind of style of method where you're building them out through the existing menu grind, you never technically really need to do League SBCs. You just always have the ability to do them. Think of it like, you know when people got provisions and they'd always say, they're like, Mumbo, I'm trying to scale doing the premium mix, but after I do like 2 runs of the Pro League Portuguese League, I run out of cards, and it's because they weren't ever buying any more. They're just using what they got in provisions. Now that we have more gold commons and gold rares in different packs, we can spam and get a lot more of the Pro League Portuguese League that you can get over time. But if you mix those in with just having basically like 1 of each silver and literally just filling your transfer list with those, you could very easily make 50 to 90 of those a day very quickly and have that be a majority of your SBCs. I wouldn't personally waste, if you guys are worried about SBC bans, I wouldn't waste 84 plus player picks. I wouldn't waste crafting upgrades on Foot Genie. I would do the more difficult things to do. There's, I feel like, very limited things I want to use Foot Genie for now. Does that make sense? How many likes for a huge store pack? How many likes are we at currently? I'll do the 200 player pack once we hit, how about, oh, we got 74 people in here. What's up, boys? Once we got 74 people in here, 50 likes, we'll do the huge store pack of 200 players. And then once we get higher and higher, we'll do even bigger store packs. Okay, this is the last voice note I'm going to listen to for now. We can go back later and listen to more, but...
You can do it because... Well, I think you can do it because I think... Because the footy thing, we're taking away 7 cards needed for that team of the week that we need for those 80 times 10... 80 times... Fucking hell, I'm so high right now, so sorry. For the 80 times... 84 times 10s, 20 times, and all of that. We don't need the team of the week anymore, so we're saving 7 cards per that grind, you know. And I think it is perfectly unlimited just by doing 84 pluses, 80 times 5s into the unlimited provision upgrade. Also, I haven't been soft banned yet, and I'm about to approach 300 on the platform, so I'll tell you soon if I'm getting soft banned. But I did 140 SBCs in 1 hour and it didn't get banned earlier.
Jeez. Okay. Yeah, so he brings up a good point. He's talking about how 2 things. He's talking about how Team of the Weeks, it seems like we need less and less because we're packing so many things, which frees up so many more cards. But then, like, the also important thing is with the additional cards we have, Like, we can do so much more than we think. And if we're turning that into liquid coins, we need to put those liquid coins somewhere. And now the thing is, for this, the grind's ass. It absolutely is not, brother. Are you stuck on something? We can help out, but I'm going to easily be able to make probably 2 to 3 million coins in the next few days. Bare minimum. And we're going to spam endlessly of these packs. Sorry, what was I going to say? Shoot, I was in the middle of thought. Dang it, man. Yes, so here's the thing. The coins that we're making, not only can we afford these promo packs, it's going to be a new form of provisions that we essentially unlock for ourselves. We're going to look for the ones that are essentially gamble packs that give us a chance at some of the best cards re-release and in footies, but also, too, give us a ton of high-end fodder, because not only are we still in profit from the additional coins we're getting, think about it from a exchange perspective. If we're opening a pack, right, some of them are going to be one-off. If I open the 200-player pack, think about not only how many footies exchanges I can make off of that, think about how many player picks we're going to be able to do. Think about how many footies PPs we're going to be able to do. Like, it gets crazier and crazier. And the better it gets, you don't even need EA to remove SBC bans. You just need to be smart about how you go about them. So that's why I'm kind of shifting to doing no player picks or crafting upgrades on there. And basically having my money source be Foot Genie. Being whether it's League SBCs 50 to 90 times in bulk, because we kind of prepared our club on here through the provisions packs, or the high-end packs with the jumbo gold in them, doing those in bulk. The grind is tits? What specifically about the grind is tits, guys? What specifically are you struggling to get or pack or continue? There's coins, there's fodder, there's provisions, there's endless 84 plus player picks. Is it the SBC ban? I don't know if I should buy next FIFA or not. Didn't get this one? You probably should then. Up to you though. You can grind unlimited and make 100 to 200k without Foot Genie or grind. Yeah, you don't even need Foot Genie to do it. Like, we could do a lot of it on console too. The only, like, for example, the 94 plus footies PP, perfectly easy to do on console. You wouldn't need footies for that, or you wouldn't need Foot Genie for that, or Pale Tools. But if I'm gonna get back into League SBCs, from that perspective, I'm 100% doing that on Foot Genie. I'm not touching those on console. And the only reason I would do the League SBCs at this point, originally it was to make sure that this grind truly was unlimited. But now that we know it quite easily can be, if you guys are smart about it and are at least building up, past that, it just becomes what's the best route to whatever you're trying to get. Are you trying to get all the 99s? There's a route for that. Are you trying to pack every re-release card? There's a route to that. Are you trying to get every player SBC done? There's a route to that. A lot of them are similar routes, but might differ a little bit. And what's else finding the web app very slow? Dude, everything's been slow today. Web app was slow, companion app was slow, console was slow at new content. Oh, you're playing the guy saying it's ass. Gotcha. My club is healthy. I just don't know where to start the grind. I would take a look at our video from today if you guys missed it. In that, one of the things I would recommend is we talk about League SBCs. We say try 5 to see the coins and to go from there. You don't necessarily even need League SBCs, but if your club is in an extremely unhealthy spot, it's not going to hurt you at all. It's just going to give you more coins and more fodder. And then at some point, you can just get off of League SBCs anyways. We call it the on-off method, the on-off switch. You'll have times where it's like, hey, if you want to do like 5 to 10 runs real quick, make a quick 25 to 50k, go for it, and then we go right back to everything into these player picks. All right, let's do... Did we just finish that? Okay. So let's take a look at my dude storage right now. So I want to show you guys what my pack situation looks like. So we have right now, almost 20 million coins. We're going to be way over 20 million by tomorrow. We have 3 588s. We have 2 of the 8510s left. I have 53 repeatable footies. I still have almost 100 of the 80 plus times 5s. We have 92 team of the week upgrades. I have 14 provisions. I haven't touched yesterday's or today's yet. So those are there. I still have 457 prime electrum packs. And my club is getting full. So, yeah. Let me, as we're chilling and reading chat real quick, I'm going to be a little overkill with this. I'm probably just going to take... actually, you know what? We have room. Let me spam open some provisions, and then we'll do some 8410s with that while we're reading chat. Be significantly better if it was a ×3 instead, but look, still a fairly decent grind. Yeah, absolutely. I think the grind only is a bit difficult if you're having to like go pack to pack if you're starting with absolutely nothing. But once you have even the bare minimum, I feel like it's pretty easy. 101 viewers, you've been pulling a ton recently, Mumbo. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate it. Yeah, if you guys are new as well, feel free to subscribe. Love having you guys here. Actually, let me, speaking of that, could probably pop this up. 1 second. YouTube Studio. Analytics. We'll open these while I'm pulling this up. Another footies. Where is it? Sub count. Bang. Can you guys see? There we go. All right. Is it worth buying the game today? If you don't think you're going to play the game long, probably not. If you enjoy menu grinding, if you're oh wait, are you talking FC26? I'm really enjoying this grind right now. If you're wanting just like a menu grind to do, this is really fun. Nice to see someone do late in this game still doing the menu grind. Well, it's like it's tough, right? You can equally be upset with EA for making things worse than we had it in previous years, but still find ways to grind it and still realize it can be a really good grind. I think a lot of people are stuck in the mindset of like EA sucks in so many different ways. They're making this worse, they're making that worse, therefore we can't possibly do this or I'm giving up. If you don't want to buy a game, if you don't want to play a game, that's completely your choice, but it's like I still genuinely enjoy it. Are the 99s for tomorrow leaked? Yes. There's like is it 2 players in the footies promo? I think it's what, Saliba and someone else, and then there's I think some icons and heroes. Okay, so I just want to get as many packs as possible, as quick as possible. I have almost no 87, 75 red cards, but like 140 provision packs. If you have 140 provision packs, I would spam open the provision packs into player picks and crafting upgrades. That's going to take you so far, brother. And then remember, once you open those provisions, League SBCs or not, that's completely your call. I have my ways I go about it, obviously, to make coins that I really like. Not everyone cares about liquid coins that way. But once you make the footies provisions, these have a rating cap of 88, but you can get up to 88. So if you're trying to get some of that mid-tier fodder, you can get a ton of it through there. Mumbo for life, not just for Christmas when exchanges come out. Mumbo's for life, yes sir. I've quite a few golds in the club along with a ton of 87s in there with 10 unopened exchanges on the side. Nice. Yeah, how many? So, 2 questions. 1, how many exchange provisions do you guys have saved up right now? And then, second question, how many have you done so far? I've done probably 60. I could probably do like 300 plus right now. Can't you make coins too via big player SBCs? You can. There's pros and cons in that. For example, you're putting in high-rated squads together, but you might be putting in a high-rated squad. For example, let's go over one of the players real quick, now that you mentioned that, because that's another good point. You can do every player in the SBC in the game this way, too. Icons, these. Right now, everything's possibility for the fodder. Let's say you want to do a 92-rated squad. A premium mix players pack is probably going to get you infinitely less coins than a jumbo gold pack. And to put in perspective, this 92 rated pack is going to get you less coins liquid than a 66 rated Pro League Portuguese League team will. That's why not everything's created equal. But at the same time, that same jumbo gold pack is in the 89 rated squad of the 94 plus footies PP. So you can do League SBCs in the unlimited grind. You don't necessarily have to. If you guys missed our video from today, we kind of go over a lot of that stuff. But we're going to have an even bigger grind video come out for Friday. It's going to get even crazier. What range should I go up to in exchanges? That's your call. So some people like just throwing anything into that and then just endlessly making player picks. I feel like you can endlessly make player picks anyways. If you want to put rating caps on it, I personally wouldn't put footies in there, especially if it's a dupe storage one. I'd use those for your dailies. Even if you got all your dailies done today, I'd save them up for tomorrow. But even if you have way more than that, if you want to put them into, like I said, the 94 plus footies PP and stuff like that, that would be a viable way to go about it. Essentially, think about it from the standpoint of what do you want to get done, whether it's daily or weekly. If your main goal is packing all the 99s into the team tomorrow, what can you do today to get ready for tomorrow? If making a bunch of Team of the Week upgrades sounds like torture to you, and you don't want to ever do that again, anytime you get an FOF card or footies, maybe don't throw them away. Maybe keep them around if you can. You watch that video, I'll be back in 15 minutes. Sounds good, brother. Yeah, we'll be here for a long time today, so if you guys have any questions, feel free to let me know. But let me go quickly over what I'm thinking for my potential grind tomorrow. So I'm trying to experiment with League SBCs. I want to see how many League SBC runs I can do a day with basically spending less than 1,000 coins on them. The way I'm doing it is I've put a bunch of Pro League Portuguese League clubs in my cards in my club for 200 coins around. But I'm going to get so many of the gold rares and gold commons too from these repeatable footies packs that we're essentially stocking 20 rares, 10 commons right now. I'm going to take all these rares that you're seeing. I'm going to keep all the commons. I'm slowly going to build up more and more player picks. I'm slowly going to just endlessly spam those player picks into more footies provisions. Do that over and over, basically until two things. Until I have a super high-end dupe storage of stuff I need to put somewhere. That's going to be like the 94 plus footies. And then until I have a bunch of gold commons filling up my dupe storage. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to see, theoretically, how many League SBCs I can scale to a day. But the only way I would do the League SBCs at this point is on Foot Genie. So if I have 300 SBCs I can do a day on Foot Genie, that's my limit. I'm going to see if I can do 75 runs on Foot Genie with just that. If it's not League SBCs and it's instead the 94 plus footies and I can do 300 a day and that's two teams, I'm going to do 150 of those a day or try to. That's the kind of logic I kind of want to get to when it comes to the next level of the grind. We got to take it even crazier. But with that being said, have we hit 50 likes, boys? If you guys haven't smacked the like button, smack the like button. Once we hit 50 likes, we got a 200 player footies fiesta pack for you guys. What is Foot Genie? Foot Genie is a extension for the web app. I'll do 87s and 90s, and then 91 pluses, 87s. I think that's good. Yeah. Putting 87s and 90s in the new exchanges, and then higher you put in other things. I like that. When do you reckon it'll be fully unlimited 8510? Can you show that real quick? Can I show Foot Genie? If you look in the grind playlist in the description, we have tutorial videos for Foot Genie if you want to see step-by-step what Foot Genie looks like and kind of the different features it has. Question, I'm new to all this. I did auto open some packs and think I got banned to do SBCs. Can't make them. Does it come from auto open packs or the amount of SBCs? If you can't do SBCs, you're what's called SBC soft banned. And it's essentially a daily limit that you can do SBCs, which all of us are going to run into, whether on console, whether on companion app, whether on web app, with or without extensions. You just hit an SBC limit that will either reset within the hour or the day. That's basically it. Now I can't even do an upgrade SBC in peace because EA decided that if I do squad builder on SBC and repeat over and over, put rare golds in, next time I do it, it reverts back. Dude, it's so stupid. I can't stand that. It's so annoying. Alright, let's just spam some player picks. Let me know once we hit the 50 likes, guys. I can't see it right now. Yeah, I think it's pretty easy to scale up, in all honesty. I thought it was going to be a lot closer than it was. When I made the video today, I was very kind of hesitant because when I made it, it was still kind of early on in seeing the Dude, brother, I keep forgetting it does that. It was still early on where, like, obviously we don't know how good the pack weight's going to be. We don't know how often we're going to get FOFs, Team of the Season, Footies cards, but it's really good. Maybe clear out your comments first, then it'll be all gold rares. So we did that. With the new experiment I'm doing, I can't do that, though. I'm trying to save as many gold comments in my club now as possible, so it's counterintuitive for specifically what I'm going for. Thanks for answering. How was your day so far? You like the new provisional update? My day is going fantastic, brother. Thank you. It's better than I thought it was. I'll critique one thing and I'll compliment one thing. I'll start with the compliment. I think my thing was I was expecting the 87 to 90 to be only one card. So it being an 83 squad for one card I thought would infinitely not be worth it. And then when it came to the actual exchange itself, I was expecting it to be 5+ cards minimum needed. The fact that it's only 4 is really nice. Would have been even better if it was only 3, but genuinely the grind's good. But the critique is, with context, the SBCs, the menu grind, are getting more and more niche. They're getting harder and harder for kind of like the average person to come in and kind of do them. I think it's going to be really vital with this new system they have next year. I think a lot of SBCs are going to be different prices. You're going to have some that are overkill. You're going to have some that are super overpowered. They got to find a good balance. And I don't believe EA has the power to find a good balance unless it affects their bottom line. And if it's too good of a grind, I think they're going to try to take it away. But you always empty out your dupe storage because I'm full again. But now instead of all 91s, it's 92 pluses. But I don't really care about the SBCs. Maybe drop everything in the new exchange. If you don't care about it, and it's just your dupe storage, yeah, just drop it all into exchange to open it up if your only goal right now is spamming packs. And that gives you peace of mind. But if you're trying to min-max, I'd be looking at the 94+ footies player pick and things like that. In whatever one comes out tomorrow. Not even from the perspective of getting a good footies in there, which you 100% can. I would look at it from a coin perspective. You're probably looking at around 10,000 coins per each one. And not only that, if it's a footies you already have or an FOF you already have, and it's going to go right back into your dupe storage, it's essentially like that SBC doesn't have a requirement for one because you're going to put it right back into the 88 squad. And you can constantly clear your dupe storage over and over again with it. So you're making 10K consistently time and time again. And you could essentially continue that endlessly after your player picks or whatever packs you're opening. Hard to believe that EA will make it. Like today's a perfect example, right? Today was the weird batch of middle ground where everyone's already on, is it Foot Economist, the guy? Everyone was on his ass because he's the public-facing person. He made the comment about SBCs. He took shots at extensions, even though literally majority of the EA employees use extensions, and they have admitted EA employees not only use extensions, they get ideas from extensions. So it's like the thought that in one part of your mouth, you're going to say, hey, we had to make SBCs, the repeatable SBCs, worse, and we had to make player SBCs worse compared to EVOs for fairness, because it's not fair for people on console grinding. We want an even playing field. But then in the other corner of their mouth, not only are they using extensions, they're literally selling the most money in the world off of FIFA point sales. They have new promo packs every single day. They're flooding the market. If they truly cared about everyone being on the same page, equality, making sure everyone's on equal playing ground, remove the ability to buy FIFA points. That would 100% do it. But no, they won't do that because that affects their bottom line. It's stupid. And you know what the beautiful thing is? If you have watched my channel over the past few years, you will see my view of extensions slowly change. At first, I didn't want to touch exchanges, or not exchanges. First, I didn't want to touch extensions at all because I was like, I don't know, EA says there's a possibility of you being banned. I've never seen someone actually get banned for it. The only people I've ever heard get banned are the ones that are using like sniping bots. Besides that, it just seems like they're saving a ton of time. Then I went to Pale Tools, and then once I went to Pale Tools, the other sites popped up too, and people are like, yo, Mumbo, if you like Pale Tools, we think Foot Genie or this one would be good. Then the Foot Genie owner reached out to me, and I got a free membership through him, and I kept trying it out, and it's like, dude, genuinely, when you experience that sort of speed, and you compare it to the menus, even if, like, menus were okay, right? Let's say you could do a bunch of SBCs in a row on here quite easily. That'd be fine, but it crashes like every 2 minutes. You'll make like 1 or 2 SBCs, you'll get an infinite loading triangle in the bottom. It'll kick you to the main menu. It's so dumb. But again, even if that's the case, right? Let's say that's true. Let's say extensions are the reason EA had to nerf all these different things. Are you going to address changing pack weight even before that? Because if you look at pack weight from Team of the Years at least, look at the menu grind years ago for Team of the Year compared to more recently. Every single year, pack weight has gone down and down and down, even without extensions. Go back like 4 years ago. Pack weight was awful, man. They can't blame that on extensions. Already up to 6,200 cards in my club? Dang. Yeah, it's crazy how much it speeds up the process of playtime in general to make the most of the time you spend. Exactly. And like, there's 2 different ways people go about it too, right? You have the people that want to do their dailies, and instead of having their dailies take like a half an hour of their time, they want the dailies to take like 5 to 10 minutes. And for them, that's absolutely brilliant. But then you have like the other half where it's like the menu grind part of the community. It's like, genuinely, if I keep doing that on accident. Sorry guys. If I could have a wish, it would be for EA to make actually usable menus. I would do it in a heartbeat. I've had a few suggestions and they refuse to listen to any of the sort of things. They take some stuff, but then other stuff, it's like they genuinely don't care about. I think this new point system, it's going to screw a lot of things over, but I think it's in general going to make SBCs easier, which I think is a positive direction. But like, we should have for years at this point. If I can make a player pick right now, I'll give you an example. If I can go in and make a player pick right now, I should have an ability to select all the gold rares and have a loading scale on the bottom where I can go from 1 player pick up to whatever the max is. Where I should be able to, if I have, I don't know, let's say I have 400 rare golds in my club, I should be able to make 100 player picks. And if it takes a second to load the 100 player picks, take your time. But it should give you a message and say like, hey, you have the ability to make up 100 player picks. Would you like to? Same way with Foot Genie. They can show you what you're using, confirm that you want to use them. Maybe it takes 30 seconds to generate, but you should be able to do that rather than have to sit here and do them one by one or build them out in bulk. It's just so stupid. It's so little time, I feel like, when it comes to developing something like that. But they don't care because for them, they don't want you to have better pack luck. They don't want you to have more packs. They want you suffering. They want you to buy FIFA points. So now with my 100 plus provisions, do I just spam 84 plus PPs and crafting upgrades? Yeah, you can do that. That'd probably be the best way to go about it. Extensions are a result of them pushing the power curve so hard, they aim for people to cough up more money for points without paying money. Few people ever touch Ronaldo icon or those big cards. Yeah. But also, like, playstyle pluses have, I feel like, in my opinion, completely ruined the game too. Because it's like, stat-wise, you can have a promo card that has excellent stats. But if EA knows what the meta is right now, and they're using that playstyle to promote either the Evo that's currently out, because they know people want to do that Evo because it's meta, or they'll release a promo card knowing it's going to sell FIFA points because it's meta, and then a week later they already know they're going to change the meta, and because they already know they're going to change the meta, the next promo cards are going to reflect the new playstyles that are the new meta. That pisses me off, especially when they use similar players. It's like, dude, what are we doing? You're making a card more usable and then less usable, and then you're completely removing our coins from the market if we choose to use our coins for that. If people are using FIFA points, I genuinely feel bad. Like, think of it from how many Evos you've done this year. There's probably Evos that early on, right? You probably had maybe some bronze or silver players if you were doing like your favorite club's RTG, that you maybe put a 25k to 50k coin Evo on that updated at like 2 ratings that was meant for like an 84 rated. But that was the only thing available for you to even Evo because EA didn't care to release many bronze upgrade Evos or silver upgrade Evos. They didn't give a crap. But then, like, as the year goes on, how many free ones have we had in the past few months where it's like it'll take basically any card to like 90 rated stats? Or like the more recent promos, they'll remove playstyle pluses and playstyles on them completely. Means when you pack them, they're worth less on the market. And then you have to put all that stuff on yourself. Sure, you can customize it. That's cool. But it makes, like, packing them useless. Is there a risk Fudgini takes your account data? Can they take your data? I mean, you're making an account with them. You're giving them your information. You mean, like, sharing your account information? I'm sure if any extension or site had access to your information and hackers got in, they could get a hold of it, but that's no different than Sony or any other company. Anyways, long story short, they can innovate in so many ways, but they just refuse to, because not only are they so far removed from the community and what the community wants, they're so far removed from the actual game. Like, things we're complaining about is stuff they made like 6 to 8 months ago. They're working on, we're talking about the end of 26. They're already basically finished with 27 and working on 28. So it's like completely different universes in terms of responsibilities and expectations. But heaven forbid a store pack's underpriced and it's too overpowered. They'll fix that right away. That'd be great. Imagine on PS5, you could just set like to do 10 SBCs for me, even if you set 1 minute or 2 minutes per generating SBC. Work away and come check later. Yep. And they can balance it too, right? If it's a thing where they don't want an unfair advantage on the menus with that, have a cooldown timer. Have that be a feature where it's like, hey, kind of like Fujini has for the free version, and just like typical SBC bans are anyways, be like, hey, we want you to be able to scale this, but you can only do it X amount of times in the day or X amount of times per hour. I wish we had like more information on that. I wish I knew how close to an SBC ban I was, or a cooldown. But like, that's another thing that I don't understand either. Why are SBC bans even a thing? If something is unlimited repeatable, meaning in theory you can complete it unlimited times, what's the point of EA even releasing it an unlimited amount of times if they don't allow you to do it even if you could? Like, if you're working in an unlimited direction, which almost every single one of our videos, we try to show you guys directions to work towards unlimited. If you get an SBC ban, I feel like that's false advertising in their sense. It's not unlimited. They should just put a cap on how many you can do a day if that's the case. and set it to something crazy. Make it like 1,000 a day. Most people aren't going to hit 1,000. I think that'd be a much better system. Selling your account, I don't think so. EA using extensions as a reason to nerf SBCs is disingenuous. If EA wanted to kill the effectiveness of extensions, you could limit web app SBC competitions even further and remove console limit. Yep, but they won't because, one, they understand how much of the community actually uses them, which is a very small percentage of the full community. Like, I think it's 1 to 2%. But then even past that, when it comes to innovation, EA never innovates, but when they do, they look at Pale Tools, they look at FUTGenie, they look at those extensions, and they do similar things to what's already out there. Why not work with the extensions? Dude, how cool would it have been to have Paletta work on FC26? When Paletta was popping off the last few years, and every single update added a brand new feature with something we'd never seen before, imagine him working for EA and adding that in there, how cool that would have been. Or even FUTGenie. Imagine FUTGenie being able to have like a say in terms of menu content. And like, two things can be true. You can understand how a company operates and you know they want to make money, they want to make a profit. We're not discussing EA going broke by making a SBC though. It's just how greedy they want to be and how much they want to screw their community over. Gonna sleep, was fun popping in. See ya, brother. After a while, crazy times. Tomorrow I start with uni. To think I came into stream when I started high school for me. So like 13 years old. That's crazy, brother. Have fun at uni, man. Unlimited until you hit 90 in an hour and 300 a day. Yeah, but there's workarounds even to that too, right? If it's 90 an hour and 300 a day, 90 an hour and 300 a day on PS5, 90 an hour, 300 a day on PS4, 90 an hour and 300 a day on the web app, whether you use extensions or not, and 900 or 90 an hour and 300 a day on the companion app. So in theory, you could potentially do up to, what is that, 1,200 a day if you're trying to be as smart as possible about how you go about doing it. And like, that's going to be like the next part of the grind, is like, it's all going to be somewhat in theory because not everyone's going to want to do the same things. But like, whether it's make liquid coins, get the highest fodder, recycle fodder, what makes the most sense? So like, something that I'm heavily considering is, even with crafting upgrades, do I waste SBC uses on crafting upgrades, aka the 80 plus times 5? I love it so much in general throughout the past few months, or variations of it, but would I much rather use all my gold rares for player picks, save as many gold commons as possible, and use gold commons as more of a rating tool? Like, whether it be for league SBCs, use it as a rating tool to make sure we hit a certain rating, whether it be for like footies player picks, making sure we hit a certain rating, doing the dailies, filtering those in with maybe bronzes and silvers if we're going to be overkill in some sections. That's now what I'm starting to think of. It's like, okay, realistically, let's be smart with this. And then also too, be smart with what we're doing on what. I probably don't want to make provisions on FUTGenie. If I'm going to use a web app or a web app extension, I want to do the hardest to do stuff on there, or the things that take the most mental attention. Like, I don't want to, if I'm doing a daily gold upgrade, actually, you know what? It's probably smart to not even do daily bronze, daily silver, daily gold anymore either, right? You're just wasting 21 uses a day when it's not even needed for most people. I mean, if you're working from nothing, absolutely do it. But like, if you have a base, that's probably working against you to a certain extent. I think the tools users are important for ecosystem in a way. They create FOMO by building these crazy teams. Others see this teams and buy points to catch up. You kill tools, that goes. Well, I think too, another thing that like EA has to realize is like, they're always gonna, ooh, another FOF, let's go. I understand that EA is always gonna want to make more money, and it's infinitely easier to sell you another promo pack, to sell you a higher pre-order with a bonus in there, with like benefits of like additional season pass tiers to keep you on the game longer, put a crazy like within the hour, a top of the hour crazy gamble pack. They can make infinitely more money off of those things than to find new customers to come to this game. But also too, like EA can bleed a lot of customers. As much as like I give EA a bunch of crap because I love what the game used to be so much and I miss a lot of those aspects. In general, they really don't care if I walk away from the game because financially it really doesn't affect them. The issue is their identity though. If they completely lose their whole identity, the audience they used to have from back in the day, they can get a whole new audience in another way, but like, what's that going to be? Are you going to basically make a free-to-play game in terms of like all the stuff you're adding? Is the grounds going to become what they think is going to be like the football version of GTA and stuff like that? If so, you're competing against GTA. I don't think you're going to win that one. Damn, is ClickUp sponsoring you like 3 ads in the last 7 minutes from them? I have no idea. No. I don't know what ads play. Alright, are we close to 50 likes, boys? Once we hit 50 likes, we have that 200 player pack for y'all. We're just spamming these in the meantime. My transfer list is full all the time. What is your advice? We're going to have a video tomorrow going more into like kind of specifics of what ratings and stuff could look like. My question would be when you say your dupe storage is full. Wait, your transfer list is full or your dupe storage? I would ask what is on your transfer list that's full. Is it things that aren't selling? What's not selling? But if it's a dupe storage, that's a bigger problem. We're at 28 likes? Bet. $7.99s in Team 3? What are the icon ones? How's the new method? It's insane, brother. The amount of footies cards that are dropping, FOFs that are dropping, Team of the Seasons that are dropping, League SBCs, I would argue, aren't even needed. It's still the easiest coins in the world if you want to add them in, and especially if you're low on packs or you feel like it's not going in an unlimited direction. So I'll explain one thing real quick that I'm doing as like a fail-safe too, if you guys want to implement the same thing. If you guys are noticing you're able to make provision packs, the provision exchanges, and you don't seem to be running out of those, or the number seems to be staying consistent, but you still have a fear that maybe at some point it's going to go down, or you want to just have like a backup plan just in case everything goes to crap. Whether it's the daily provisions that we get 7 times, like the normal ones we have, not the new exchange ones, or whether it is actually exchanges those self, if you save any amount of those and just have those sitting around, you can always go back to that. So like my thing for people who for the longest time hated League SBCs or thought it was really boring, but like the coins from them or like the additional fodder from them, if you want to turn your brain off and just spam player picks to see if you can keep building out the new provision exchanges, absolutely go for it. In worst case scenario, if you see that number going down below a number you like let's say you had 25 and now it's getting close to under 10 and you're like, dang it, man, if I keep going this direction, I might be running out. Ask yourself 2 questions. You have the failsafe. Can you go back to opening maybe provision packs here and put that into League SBCs? Or maybe it's the end of the day and League SB, or not League SBCs, it's the end of the day and the new content's going to come out tomorrow. So the next time you're going to be on, you're going to have the refresh of provisions. You're going to have the refresh of the 8510s, 8410s, all that other stuff. Keeping that in mind too is something where it's like, it doesn't even have to be crazy unlimited per se, per person. It depends on what specifically you're looking for. Most people, when they think unlimited, aren't thinking degen unlimited of, I want to make thousands of these provision upgrades and spam through and min-max every way possible. Most people want to sit there and their version of Unlimited is just endlessly spamming player picks because they find that fun. And if you can do whatever that version of Unlimited is, go for it. My version of Unlimited is a mix of all those plus coins, because I always love the option of being able to say, hey, we're making so much profit. If there's an Evo that comes out that I really want to do, let me just buy that Evo. If there's a promo card that comes out that I really want to try, let me just buy that promo card. If there's a promo pack that makes sense to do, let me go do it. Reduced my playtime, I think around 2021 when messed up League SBC rewards. I got bored and realized I can't win against the machine. True. Dude, another FOF. Let's go. Genuinely, I don't think I need any Team of the Week ever again. Do you see? Wait, I'm trolling. When I say I limit playtime, I do not limit playtime. I'm a degen still. Not as much of a degen as I used to be, but I'm still a degen. Yeah, people are just saying that there's 799s coming. That's awesome. What rating do you think I should go up to with the exchanges? Gain so many. So a lot of us are starting to do 87 to 90, and then using our 91 pluses, especially like the additional footies cards for the footies player pick 94 plus. Or FOF, that one, that goes away tomorrow. Because you can make like 10k in the 2 tradable packs here and get a chance at a footies. I'm assuming we're going to get a Team 2 variation. If the same thing comes out, something like that would be an excellent place to put fodder. And a chance at additional 99s or other high-rated cards that you maybe haven't gone yet. Any player SBC that you want to do, that'd be a place to do them too. Or heck, if you're just today wanting to spam packs and nothing else, and you don't really know what else you want to do, genuinely, if it's a dupe storage card, that means you have one in your club already, and we have batch 3 and team 3 starting tomorrow. Just take your full dupe storage maybe outside of the footies or FOF or team of the seasons and put all your dupe storage into exchanges and just sit there and spam even more player picks until it fills up again. What should I do with 84 to 86 to fill out my dupe storage? A million different options. You can use them to filter into higher rated SBCs, whether player SBCs, gamble SBCs. You can put them into dailies, mix them with bronzes and silvers, whatever you want to do. My suggestion would be there's not a specific way to do it. And anyone telling you like only do up to this rating, then put everything there. If you want to follow their path, you absolutely can. I think each person's going to be customized though, and you're going to find whatever's like streamlined for you. So if you're doing, I'll go to it as an example. I don't know what the exact ratings would be, but let's say you're really wanting to do this 94 plus FOF or footies team 1, and you are constantly putting 87 to 90s in exchanges. You're endlessly building out those exchanges. You're never going to run out. You're making endless player picks, but now your dupe storage is filling up with 91 pluses and lower end cards like maybe 86s, 85s, 84s. Maybe you mix those things together in here and do this a crap ton of times. And each time you do it, you make around 10k just from these alone. And then you have a chance of a player at the end. And since you probably have most of these anyways, the FOF footies you get will most likely be a dupe. You put it right back in. And if it's like a mid-90s rated card for an 88 rated squad, you can get away with a lot of those lower rated items. And just do that over and over and over again. And then those tens of thousands of coins you're making daily, because you probably could do 10 plus of these easily a day. If you're using Foot Genie, if you're spamming packs, if you're really grinding, I bet some people could get to 25 to 50 of those daily if they're really going for it. You could then take those coins and find huge promo packs, which that's like a whole nother tier of degen that we can get to. We talk about the 200 player pack that's out for playing 200 days, but constantly just kind of browse through everything that's available. If we look at the promo packs here, what's this? Footies Cornucopia. So for 300k, we get what? 21 players rated 86 or higher with 11 guarantees to be 87 rated or higher. With 6 guarantees to be 88 rated or higher, 3 guarantees to be 89 rated higher, 1 guarantee to be 9. So when I read this, I'm reading it from two things. One, how much time and how easy is it for me to get 300k? I can make that a day easily with our menu grinder right now with the tradable packs. If I opened one of these, how many exchanges minimum could I make? And what's the high-end fodder looking like? those would be the criteria I would look for. Like, especially tomorrow, I'd be thinking, okay, which one of these packs maybe gives me a crap ton of players I can make a bunch of exchanges with and gives me a really good chance at a 99 that maybe I miss out on a little bit in an 84 plus player pick. That's going to be kind of the next level of grind. And the only way you're probably really going to hit that is if you're constantly getting rid of things in your dupe storage. We just got a double walkout in the provision. 87 and an 88 W. Okay, Mumbo, ready for some numbertisms? Let's go for it. If you need to send a voice note, I'll listen to another voice note. You don't need to type it out. All right, let's clear. Speaking of clearing dupe storage, let's be a man of my word and let's do that. So let's take a look at it first. So look at my footies. So I have almost 2 full rows of just 95 and 96 rated footies. I have Team of the Seasons. I have FOFs. We got a lot of things. But in terms of potentially not putting in the FOFs, the way I would do it is I'd have a gold clear. I would do gold 87 to 90. Have that just be the filter and just club and storage, put them in that way. And then either low to high specials that are in dupe storage or just by hand going in and putting them in. That'd be the route I go. So I'll kind of show you that real quick. So like if I were to do that on here, storage all, rating low to high, I'm going to do 87 to 90. We'll just pop it this way. These mumbo logs are crazy. True. I'm passionate about tracking analytics. Plays a role in digital marketing space. Knowing analytics is important. Shark, I will genuinely ban you, brother. Do not do that. I know you're trying to be funny. I will genuinely ban you and not think twice. Stop it. Don't forget that those 87 salvos can be used. Yep, that's why I'm hesitant to do even low to high with specials in the dupe storage, because he's there. But if you're doing golds, none of them will pop in. So this will be an easy way to clear your club and dupe storage. Because remember too, if your dupe storage easily fills up, it's more of a problem of your club than your dupe storage. If it's all special cards filling up in your dupe storage, it's because you have so many already in your club. Golds even more so. Golds, you'll constantly, if you basically have every like 84, 85, 86, 87, 88 in the game, every daily pack you open is going to continue just to fill up dupe storage. How many exchanges make 50 84 pluses? 50 84 plus player picks? Gold rares alone, you get 30 cards, 20 rares, 10 commons. Let's not count the commons, which could make your crafting upgrade into a player pick, which is an additional one. If you just took the 20 rares, 4 you can do per player pick, 5 per exchange, 5 times whatever number you wanted to, whatever number divided by 5 would be the amount of exchanges you'd have to do. How long will it be online today, Mumbo? A long time. You'll be live for a long time. 80 times 5 or 84 plus player pick? Gold rares, 84 plus player pick, 100%. Full storage is a bad thing? Think about it like this. If your storage is constantly full, you're either not opening packs then because it's full and you physically can't, or you're slowing down how efficiently you can open up packs. Can you sort by rare and common on Foot Genie? You can. I would not do them on Foot Genie. That's a waste of daily uses in my opinion. I would stick to player picks on companion app and on console. What do you do with your non-rares? I'm trying a few different experiments right now. My main uses of non-rares are going to be putting them into higher rated SBCs, like the 94 plus footies, and daily SBCs when we need like an 83 or 84 rating, and we just need to put additional cards in. You can also do that with bronzes and silvers. Another thing I'm going to try, I'm going to try to see if I can do 90 League SBC runs in a single day using all my 300 daily Foot Genie uses with a new build-out method where I'm basically going to do the premium mix for under 1,000 coins per run on average. I'm going to make over 500k in a single day on the premium mix. It might take me a day or two to build that up, but I'm quite certain I can do it. I'm super excited to see how that goes. Oh, I'm still having to make SBCs. Why am I opening packs right now? I need to put all my high-ends in. What's yours up, buddy? 8x5s on app or in game. I would personally do them on either. I'd do companion app or game. I just wouldn't do them on Foot Genie. Chris, I would do neither of those on Foot Genie, brother. I would only do player picks and those on console or companion app. I would do the more complicated things on Foot Genie. It's very easy to very quickly make player picks on here. Whether you want to open them one by one or make a bunch in a row too. You can if you want. You're just going to very quickly eat through your daily uses. If that's your goal, go for it. But for most people, it's not. All right, let's do specials. Low to high. Oh. Does that not say special? EA? EA? Well, EA is useless. Unless I'm doing something wrong. I don't think I am. How high do you put provisions? I'm doing 87 to 90 right now. And then 91 pluses into whatever you fancy. Player SBCs, gamble SBCs. I wonder if I did... Here, let me try... Dude, my controller is going to be the death of me. I'm going to switch to the PS4 version. My controller has stick drift if you see me randomly go to different SBCs. I hear people complaining about the exchange. I think it's unreal. I think the complaints are rightfully justified and equally wrong. I think the loudest people complaining are the people who aren't going to either buy the next game or are going to complain regardless. I think there's a rightful complaint that it seems like the menu content in general gets less and less quality over the years, especially if you look at exchanges, what we have now versus what we had last year or the year before. However, that doesn't mean you can't grind it or that it's not good. The question is, though, what's the quality of good? Like, if it's dropped 50% of how good it used to be, and people complain, like, what are they complaining about? Are they just complaining to complain, or are they saying, like, hey, This is getting worse and worse. I don't like the direction this is going. That makes sense. This method gets you girls as well. Should I make a video on that? I may have to test that one out. New grind method. Oh, dude, we haven't even done the 8410s yet. Wait, brother, what am I doing? Hold on. I'm going to be a little overkill at this, but I'm going to chuck in my, I'm going to open the path for us to do specials low to high in our dupe storage. I'm going to filter in. So now you know what? Now I probably should open provisions to mix in some lower end stuff. Or, yeah, no, that makes sense. I'm gonna do that. Let's spam some provisions and mix in the lower and higher end, and then I'll just do dupe sword specials to get it done. How to get girls while packing 99s? Pal World's so fire? Dude, I'm addicted to Pal World, man. Or I have been. It's slowly losing the addiction because I'm now getting back addicted to this. You might give you another voice note. I wrote it in a notepad and sent you a screenshot in Discord. My phone's about to die. I'll take a look at it right now. Okay, so he started with 73 PPs. He got 1391 pluses, 36 87 to 90s. He then got, what does that say? 20 85 to 86s and 4 84s. 87 to 90s gives 9 provision packs, equals 180 gold rares and 90 gold commons. Gold commons and that, yeah. Gold rares. So PVs that, if you want to put that, it's fully on them. Yeah, so let me explain something too. I have nothing against if you guys do want to put your commons into crafting upgrades. Crafting upgrades are going to be phenomenal, especially when you spam them in bulk. I'm just looking at new potential ways of scaling even past that, where I'm thinking of SBC limits. That's why I'm hesitant when it comes to that. I love the 80 plus times 5 so much. I've done thousands, but just in general, we got to start thinking. It's like, okay, do we want a majority of our daily uses on everything to be player picks? Do we want player picks on consoles? Do we want League SBCs or 94 plus footies on Foot Genie? That's what's going to really take it to the next level. If you know how to grind with exchanges, you make hundreds of picks, thousands of coins, and tons of 80 plus times 5. Yeah, basically, here's the greatest thing about the grind, guys. As long as you understand that you're working in a positive direction with any 3 of those things, whether it be fodder, coins, or packs, you can basically do whatever you want. You want to spend time scaling coins because that's your main goal. Find all the ways you can put that into coins. League SBCs are really good for that. 94 plus is really good at that. You might stay in that lane more. For some people, it might be just be endless player picks, and you do literally nothing else. Do that all you want. We're all gonna kind of go different routes. It's not gonna be like a one size fits all. It's going to be what keeps you playing this game, because you can basically do whatever. Quick sell players from tradable packs on Footies pick. So, yes and no. That's another argument. Quick sell value of the jumbo gold pack alone is over 5k usually. If you want to like... Okay, 2 things can be true. If you're quick selling everything, you're missing out on, no joke, hundreds of thousands of coins, if not millions of coins probably during footies. But the question you got to ask is, if you're doing those as a place to offload fodder and get quick coins, that's probably the priority, right? So a perfect middle ground for me would be, I've been storing all consumables, managers. I did players to a certain extent too. I'm probably not going to do players anymore. But I'm probably going to continue to put like the all injuries and all that stuff in my club. That way when I'm not streaming or when I have a full transfer list open, if I put these stuff on, I can make tens of thousands of coins, hundreds of thousands of coins to then generate more promo packs I can buy for you guys. That would be how I'd view that. But in general, I would probably treat it from a quick sell value if you're going to turn it into promo packs and other stuff, if you don't want to spend that time listing items. You can go either way with it, and you're justified either way. Doing the ground on PS5 is hard, but saving those 300, yeah, and it's going to be, again, people are going to want to do it differently. I'm going to try the experiment of 90 League SBC runs tomorrow on Foot Genie. Then probably the day right after, I'm going to do whatever the new Footies Team 2 player pick is. I'm probably going to try to do 150 of those as best as I can. Using coins. How much are 87s? I was thinking about that too. We mentioned in the video today, I was saying, one of the reasons I challenge you guys to do 5 League SBC runs a day is because you could easily make 20 to 25K. And I was saying there's the potential that, like, I said it for Team of the Week upgrades and I said it for 87s. You could literally just, with the additional coins you're making, you're already in profit. If you wanted to buy additional cards, at any point you could do that. They're like 1.7K. Here's the thing though. At some point, buying those is probably going to slow you down to a certain extent though. Especially if it's the same cards. I don't know how many 87s are that price. If you're able to get a plethora of different ones and then you're able to make them quickly, I think that's okay. But, I mean, if you're spamming some PPs, you're probably getting more than plenty of 87 pluses in that. Even if it's cheap, are you already running out of footies or are you not? That's like another thing too. Like, for example, I have 20 million coins. In theory, I could take 20 million coins worth of 87s, buy those all, have all those provisions ready to go, and just spam open those into player picks and other things, and then recycle into more liquid coins. That just, I don't think would have enough time to get all the way through. Was doing League SBCs and made like 200K from it yesterday. It is such a coin magnet that I'm surprised more people don't do it. Like, genuinely, I understand, like, for Foot Genie uses, or if you're doing it on console, like, it's a pain to, like, put this stuff in. But, like, the sheer amount of coins in these 2 packs, the Prime Electrums, too, by the way, I think people are doing Prime Electrums wrong. People list 81s, 82s, 83s, and 84s at what they think market price is for 82s, 83s, 84s. Brother, I've sold so many 81s, 82s, and 83s for like 2 to 3K just because that's what the card's going for. It's crazy. Like, there's so many coins in that. But then again, you got to ask yourself the question. There's so many coins in that. Is that worth 4 SBC usages? Even if it's a lot of coins, would you rather take 4 SBC usages for this and like the 8K-ish you get here? Or would you rather take around 8K as well for 2 SBC uses on a higher end one for a footies pick? Like, those are the trade-offs. Both good in their own ways, but different things altogether. Let's finish these. I hate soft bands. They are annoying for sure. Alright, I'm just going to do storage. We'll do 86s to... maybe we can go down as low as 75. We're going to do newest. I'm going to pop in these boys. About how much to buy your account? Not for sale. Lazy listing 87s for 2.5K and they sell? Yeah, you could probably make a ton of coins doing that. Soft fans are annoying. EA don't want you playing their game. True. They want you playing just enough, but not too much. So I sent all of the 90 and 87s into provisions. What do I do now? How many did you make? Moving you to the TV. Need to finish the grind? Alright, I'll try to not be too loud. I'll keep it down. For 127 now? Okay. So I would personally, if I were you, I would start spamming those open until basically you have a full dupe storage. And then with gold commons, you can build out 80 plus times 5s. And with gold rares, you can build out player picks, the 84 plus. And that's going to get you super far. I'm going to move the YouTube stream to my fridge. Dude, imagine the technology in a few years, what we're going to be able to watch on. Pretty soon, we're going to have like a toilet screen. Like you're pissing into the toilet, and it's on the back side. You can watch. Just cleared my storage. Even put 94s into the provision. Nice. Yeah, there's no wrong way to do that, guys. There'll be like min-maxing methods with that too, where it's like if you're gonna spam open a bunch of save packs, like I still have close to 100 80 plus times 5s to open. When I do that, probably some point today, I'm gonna clear most of my dupe storage one way or another. Maybe put it into the 94 pluses. I'm just going to want it all gone so I can have as much space to work with. Is there a way to make my game squad builder remember gold rares? No, you have to keep going in and clicking gold rares, sadly. There's ways kind of around that to a certain extent. You can kind of be smart with it depending on how you're doing ratings. So, for example, if you're using higher rateds, so if you're doing, if it's all untradeable, can you do value low to high, and will it do gold commons first? I'm curious about that. You're not getting that many gold commons versus gold rares though, so I would just make gold commons first, get them out of the club, and then just make your player picks after with it on gold. Would be the best way to do it. What's the best way to make coins right now? Depends on the specific grind you want to do, Pedro. You can make hundreds of thousands of coins a day on League SBCs right now. You can make probably 100k plus easily a day on the 94 plus footies right now. You could make probably 100k plus a day on any player SBC right now if you just spam a bunch of those and the tradable packs in there. What route do you want to go? We'll put you on that path. If I make the pick eventually to like 3 rares, 1 common, that'd be outrageous. What you could do too, I'm probably going to try this at one point. Player picks are infinitely worth it. Don't do this 1-to-1 with 80 plus times 5s. But I low-key kind of would want to see what it would look like if, like, think of it like damage being done to like a boss. The player pick's like a sniper rifle. It's less area, but more damage done specifically to the thing. You're getting the higher rated cards. They're already higher rated to begin with. The 80 plus times 5s are more of like the splash damage, but you can just like spam a bunch of them. So like I have these 97 right here. You'll see when I empty my dupe storage in my club, I can just spam a plethora of these and you'll see endless promo cards start popping up. You'll see endless walkouts, things I can put back into the exchanges. But it's not going to be as 1-to-1 as the player picks. It's cool, though. It's fun to see. I have 25 footies in my storage and some other random. What do I do with them? Have you done all your 85 10s, 84 10s, and was it 88 7s? Do those. If you've done all those, I'd do the 94 plus PP or save them for tomorrow. Brain kicked in after I asked. they make the pick eventually to like 3 rares, 1 common, that'd be outrageous. I personally wouldn't be a fan of that. I take it back. I would be. I wouldn't benefit from it because I wouldn't want to put a common in with the rares. I'd want to just strictly put in the rares because I'd probably be doing it on console. That would force more people to use their daily Foot Genie usages. I'd much rather them keep it all rares and move it down to just 3 needed. And like that's another thing to think about when it comes to any menu grind too. The repeatable exchange itself is good. Obviously, it's different than last year. I'd argue last year's grind was, from the exact SBC itself, a lot better. But this is still insanely good for many different reasons. You're not going to pack a crazy footies from that pack alone. But endlessly spamming into other stuff, absolutely. That being said, they could change one SBC. So, for example, just like we said there, if the 1 of 5 84 plus player pick came back out and it's either now the same requirements and it's an 85 plus 1 of 5, infinitely better. If it comes back out, it's the same requirements and it's a 1 of 6 84 plus, infinitely better. If it comes out and it's 1 less card needed, infinitely better. If it's all commons, maybe they drop it down to like 1 of 3, but it's an 84 plus and it's only commons needed. That would be a little hit or miss. Because you'd have to go down to rating, or did I say go down to rating? Less things to pull from, so more likely to get 84s. Like, they can tweak little things that could make the grind better or worse. But if you look at the things that are out no matter what, like we still have crafting upgrades for another 2 weeks, we still have League SBCs for another 2 weeks, you have those things that you can constantly go to if needed. But yeah. Hi, what's up, buddy? How's it going today? Yo, if you guys are new to the stream and you guys are enjoying it here, welcome. Feel free to smack the like button, subscribe if you're new. We grind the menus like crazy. A lot of you guys I know are here for exchanges or just footies in general. Welcome. We do this all throughout the year, so if you guys are interested in grinding the menus early on in FC27, making coins with low-end methods early on in 27, yeah, feel free to subscribe. That's our plan for next year too. Subscribe if you're old. Dude, everyone's going to unsub. We got a bunch of unks who lurk, and then all the people active in chat have like a combined age of like 15. Shout out from Brazil. What's up, buddy? And then you're going to comment, I'm not 15. You act like you're 15. I generally can't get over these picks. It's like a 90% chance of an 87 plus. I know, right? Dude, wasn't it funny? I loved the period from last night to this morning when we knew the SBC was coming, but it was a mix of everyone crapping on EA for their statement on SBCs and extensions through Economist, and then also too the leakers not telling us exactly what it was and making us all think it was going to be worse than it actually was. Like my brain before, I'm like, how am I going to make this video? If the grind's not as good as I want it to be, more people are going to be interested because they're going to want to find out how to make it unlimited. If it's too good, it's going to be too easy. There's really no advice to give. If it's an in-between, that's realistically probably what the outcome's going to be. It ended up being kind of like that in-between where it's like, once you're in it, once you're really doing it, piece of cake. If you're building one by one, you maybe aren't doing as much as you want to. Is Mumbo the next Rakai? Is that the Kai wannabe dude? The child who does like a bunch of streams on Twitch? Bring the average age up by 2 years? Wait, is there actually 239 people watching us? Dude, this is probably the most insane consistent stream we've ever had. This is crazy. Welcome, guys. I'm going to expose myself real quick. I'm a Sunderland supporter, so if we have any Newcastle supporters in chat, I'm just letting you know now, so no hard feelings, but thank you for the 2 wins last season. Just giving you the heads up. He's a Newcastle fan? Stop. All right, let's open some of these. Yeah, dude, I made the video today without seeing it. So literally the second I recorded the video. I recorded it twice because I started doing it and I'm like, wait, I found another grind I want to say. So I did that instead. Edited it. It took a little bit to render and then I uploaded and I had to wait for it to continue uploading. And then the second I uploaded it, I'm like, dang it, I can use footies now. It's even easier, which is probably a good thing because like if I'm going to record the video, I want to do it from the safest perspective. I'd rather be too kind of conservative and be like, okay, take it slow. You might want to do a few League SBC runs a day and go from there. But generally, you don't even really need to. Are you done with League SBCs? Yes and no. That might be confusing. Let me clarify. I am done needing League SBCs for the unlimited grind. I'm fully unlimited without it. However, I may or may not tomorrow be trying to experiment where I try to make over 500,000 coins in a single day from it. And I will explain more soon. Should we put in the... let's do the footies. I was going to say, should we save those and wait till we get more FOFs? Nah, I might just rip them. What are we saving for? We're going to have all the PPs we're doing. Sunderland's third reserve tile collector, Newcastle. Are FOFs in packs? Are there FOFs in batch 2? There's FOFs in the player pick. The 94 plus player pick. I don't know if there's any in the batch though. Save them for FC28. You know what? That's a fantastic call, brother. Do you think next week they'll update exchanges? Well, footies ends in a week, right? We have one more week of footies. I'm assuming that's why it's only a week. At first I saw it was only a week and I was like, dude, are they going to take away the grind after this? But I'm assuming they'll just either bring it back with a new name or replace it with something better. I genuinely don't care anymore. What I would say though, and this is true anytime we get any sort of repeatable, something you can always do to kind of like help yourself out in the menus in general, long term, is if you can build an abundance of coins or packs, do so. So try to not operate one-to-one even if you're going unlimited. Build out more provisions than you think you'll open, because that way if they go away and they don't come back, or they come back worse, or they don't come back ever, you have more you can build from. That's why we have over, what was it, 800 Prime Electrum packs that we had to go through. And we're still at around 500 tradable Prime Electrums. I don't think I'll ever completely open those, to be fair. I might have to do those off stream just to make some more hundreds of thousands of coins and buy a promo pack. I have 148 for 10. Should I open? Sure, if you want. But I would assume they're going to keep it the same. I wouldn't expect any changes to that. Game is so laggy on console after reset the game so many times. Dude, that's my biggest complaint about the menu grind on console. I would love nothing more, like talking about extensions, for example. I would love nothing more than to have a fun menu grind on console. But anytime I'm on console, it's never by choice, and it's always through SBC bans that I have to come back here. And it's always laggy, it's always kicking me after a few, and it reminds me why I don't stay on the menus. But EA will never address that. EA will never blame themselves for their lack of innovation or fixing parts of their game that people use. But they'll add a new celebration to it. They'll add a new promo pack. All that other stuff. How is my dupe storage still so full? Or is it not? It feels like it's not running out. And I feel like I'm putting in a lot of cards. I guess it's all the special cards we have chilling about. We probably have to clear that next if we want to do the 8410s. We should put those by hand in and make a bunch of exchanges. Pack weight's so bad. Yeah, I mean, it's hit and miss. Promo pack weight's always going to be decent to get stuff you've already had or the lower end stuff. I feel like 99s in the next week are going to be very difficult to get. But that's going to also be the fun thing, right? That's, in my opinion, what makes footies so fun with the unlimited, usually exchange grind a month earlier, is everything's hard to pack completely. Like whether you're catalog collected everything or going for the 99s, but you have a bunch of good packs to spam endlessly into it. That's what makes it a joy. All right, let's do... So we could open those up. Let me clear some footies packs real quick. Is it better to wait till tomorrow or to open packs? Depends on how you're doing it. If you're making unlimited packs right now, you're better to do it now because you're going to have more packs, more coins, and more fodder tomorrow by opening today. If you're not working in a unlimited direction, you would be better to wait till tomorrow. But it completely depends on how you're grinding. If you guys are unfamiliar with kind of the base recommendation on how to grind, we had a video go up today. Feel free to take a look at it. The grind playlist is in the description. You'll see not only that video, but every other grind video we've ever made. If you guys are interested in using Foot Genie or Pale Tools, we have grind tutorials on each of those for things like League SBCs, but you can easily implement those for the menu grind that's out now too. Keep forgetting we can put 87s in. Question for anyone, is the 99 Spanish team, those 94 plus 1 to 3 player picks, do those count as FOFs? What are those technically called? Dude, there's so many different promos with similar and different names that I genuinely couldn't tell you what has come out. And I'm so happy EA has decided to cut back on 4 weeks of promo. That's going to change so much. Instead of having promos for, what, 52 weeks, we're going to have them for, like, 48. WEA, man. Oh, my goodness. What a company. And I love how they talked about it, too. They're like, we understand the power curve. We want it to be more flexible so that people can play with their favorite cards throughout the year. So we're going to cut back. It's like, okay. We're also going to put less cards in each promo team. Okay. What do you mean by that? Are you going to have less cards each week in the promo, but have like 5 weeks of the promo? Like, what do you mean by that? Are you memeing the 48 weeks, not 52? That was literally them cutting back. They use that as a marketing thing of they're listening to us, which is how brain dead they are as a company when it comes to like what the average person wants. We hear ya. Guys, listen. If you do nothing but grind the PlayStation 4 or PlayStation 5 menus, we understand how difficult it can be to keep up with the dudes using extensions doing a few extra runs of League SBCs a day. And because of that, we're going to disable your ability to pack anything of value ever. Because it's the right thing to do. We want you to be on equal playing field. Which, by the way, guys, FIFA point sale right now. Promo packs on discount. Spend $20. Get yourself guaranteed 10 88 pluses. W. What a pack. I do find it funny, though. I genuinely think EA changed. Like, you can say, like, oh, they want to change how SBCs are made. Why am I putting 91s in? Oh, I don't care. I'll put these 91s. I'll clear it completely. I'll even put a 92 in. Let's just make more space. I'll go back to the 87 to 90 range, but let's just aesthetically make it look pleasing. Sorry, what was I saying? I was saying... What was I saying? I genuinely can't remember what I was just saying a second ago. Completely lost my train of thought. Oh well. I was thinking like 1 week on, 1 week off. I'm very curious to see when they do... Oh, the quick sell value. Yeah, sorry. So, people I think see like the commons being removed out of the game and everything basically being a rare or either a rare common, whatever it is, it's all the same thing, right? So the quick sell value, you'll have like ratings that maybe differ, but like the average range for like a quick sell for gold is I guess like around 300 versus how it used to be like 600-ish for gold rares. If you think about all the people who buy a crap ton of promo packs at the beginning of the game tradable and just quick sell all their gold rares to make millions of coins, you know, all like the biggest people in the space who do nothing but buy FIFA points, those people are going to get way less coins for that, which I think is interesting. But like, I think in the beta, someone said the Tifus and the kits and all that still have like a 400 plus quick sell value to it. So they haven't adjusted it from FC26. So who knows, man? And like, we'll have to see what that means for like bronze packs, silver packs, all that stuff. Like if you're doing BPM, is everything considered rare or not? Like if the players are considered rare, but the 750 bronze pack's still the same thing, are you only going to be limited then to 3 players per pack if you only get 3 rares in a 750 coin pack? That could screw BPM. But if there's a bunch of like common consumables on there, maybe worth something, maybe that changes how it goes. Same thing with like other packs too. Same with like upgrades as well. If a bronze upgrade or silver upgrade is the same exact thing it was before, that's okay. But like if those become like just the point systems and it's like you need to put, instead of 11 silvers to make a silver upgrade, you now have to put like 50 to make a silver upgrade, that would absolutely suck. So it really depends to see what they do, because I know it's going to be a mix of the two. There's a new SBC type coming. They're doing bundle SBCs. You complete a group and get XP, coins, players pack. I don't mind that. I think being able to get XP, coins, and other things from SBCs would be a good thing. They'll have to find a way to balance it, though, obviously. But if I could turn my additional fodder that I don't need into saving me time from doing stupid objectives, I'm doing that in a heartbeat. Yeah, they're literally not cutting back at all. It's generally like a slap to the face. It's like, we acknowledge there's a problem, but we're not going to actually fix the problem. We're going to address everything that's not actually the root of the problem. And that's better than saying nothing. I would genuinely rather have them say nothing. Like, their communication, that EA Sports communication Twitter page is the stupidest thing in the world. Because they'll never say anything useful. But whenever there's a promo pack that's too good to be true, they'll instantly remove it and say, like, it was brought to our attention that there was a miscalculated pack that gave different percent chances than originally expected. Meaning, aka, they meant to screw you over. They messed up. It was actually a really good chance of packing something, so not only did they have to remove it instantly, they had to tell you about it. They had to shout it in your face. Hey, we tried to do something. We accidentally did something good for you. Sorry. Which the 2 segments, Team League SBC was here right now. You can make so many coins. I'm keeping 8384s. I'm still unlimited, also not opening 80 times 5s. So another thing you could do too, something that I would consider with commons for you guys. You're gonna see me do it a lot when I'm building up this League SBC attempt that I'm gonna do. If you're starting to get to the point where you're either not getting rid of gold commons in your club and it's maybe filling up your dupe storage, or you have them in your dupe storage and you don't really want to do crafting upgrades with them because of the amount of maybe like SBCs, additional ones that might take up daily, you could put those into things with ratings where rares aren't required. So if you're going to be overkill on, like, for example, me right now, 8410s, I can mix those in. If you're going to be overkill on the 87 to 90 times 3 SBC that you can do 10 times a day for 83 rated, you could be overkill with that and put in some lower rated ones. There's workarounds where it's like you can take the existing things that are out, whether it's a limited amount a day or unlimited, and have it work better in your favor. I still think the 80 plus times 5s are phenomenal, but that's just something to keep in mind if your main focus is making as many player picks as possible, or potentially other things too. Oh. Imagine they come out with something like that, though, Mango. You're talking about the 2 segments of the Team of the Week where you had the 2 tradable packs for low-end squads. Imagine we get a lower end, not even like a footies player pick, but like a campaign pick. That'd be sick. But even if that was the case, actually think to yourself, what does that mean? Would that distract you too much? Would you be putting too many items in there? Maybe you make a few thousand coins per pack. Maybe you say you make 5k per run of those 2. Is making a few 100,000 coins a day in that worth it to then spend it in a promo pack the same way you could have done that with other coins in other packs? Or is it more worth it to put all those SBC usages towards 84 plus player picks, daily stuff, and trying to get the 99s that way? And like, you pull from one area, you go harder in one area, you get a benefit and you get a negative. That's just the way it is. I will say though, what would your guys' grind be if they lifted SBC bans tomorrow? Brother, I think I would literally live on Foot Genie. Genuinely, I know exactly what I'd do. I think I'd live on Foot Genie, spam open provisions into not only endless player picks, I would build out like 1,000 plus of the 80 plus times 5s, clear my club completely, and just sit there and go, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to read chat for the next 5 minutes, watch these 1,000 go into my club, and it just infinitely filling up, and then we put that instantly into player picks. Oh my goodness, that'd be so fun. Just infinite PPs. Yeah, Wobble can't get enough of PPs, man. He's been talking about PPs nonstop today. It's crazy, dude. I do love how quickly our community, both like our channels community and just like the menu grinding community, went from like, can this be unlimited repeatable, to alright, we're all getting SBC banned. I'm ready for tomorrow already, or I'm moving to this. What will come first? Me, B, Sunderland making a signing. Me. B, Sunderland making a signing. C, GTA saying, hey, Sunderland's gonna make like 15 signings out of the blue. Dude, we're linked with the Liga Portugal winger. From what, Sporting? Looks like a beast. He literally looks like an Ahmad regen. Even though he's like the same age as Ahmad, I'm pretty sure. Such's Regis system and style of play. Is this gonna kick me? I don't remember it being that shape in the formation. That was weird. FM nerd inside me wanted Sule. Yeah. Yo, Mumbo, I have a question. I'm grinding Premium League every day until I could find Bundesliga and Serie A players anymore. Then stopped. Do you reckon I bug the players from the market and continue? Squall, you don't even need to use League SBCs anymore. We have an unlimited pack grind without it with the new exchange provisions that came out. You can do League SBCs if you want. I still recommend at least doing 5 a day for easy coins and packs. But genuinely, I don't think people have to touch them ever again if they don't want to. That being said, there's no better time than to quadruple down on them either. So I've been here for ages purely because FIFA's horrific. Hey, man. Completely understand, brother. How you been, though? How's your summer been, dude? It's been so weird having so many Sunderland stars at the World Cup finally get recognition. It was beautiful to see everyone talk about Brian Brobby and his hold-up play, but also scary at the same time because I'm like, he's staying. Unlimited without League SBCs. I missed that part. I was in the meeting. Yeah, if you missed our video from today, feel free to give that a watch. It's going to give more of a step-by-step tutorial of kind of like how it looks, the different SBCs that are out, and theoretically the paths you can go. Essentially, that video is the most conservative I could make it in terms of like, be careful, you don't run out of this. You could do this, you could do that. But it's so much even easier than I said in the video. You'll watch it and you'll be like, okay, let's see what my player picks give me. My 1 of 84 pluses, am I really going to get an 87 in this? Or do I have no chance to get an 87? And it's like you'll have one like this where it's like, oh, I got an 86. They must not be that great. And then it's like the next 10. You'll get endless 90 pluses. Watching World Cup was fun. Scouting our players. Dude, the amount of people that found Siddiqui when they played England was phenomenal. The amount of people that were looking at Angulo when he scored for Ecuador was phenomenal. Absolute screamer from Wilson Isidore. That was phenomenal. Yeah. I'm glad we got to keep all of them. The Granite situation scared me a little bit, but I'm glad it kind of organically closed itself. I don't know how organic that actually was, though, but I thought we might lose Talby there for a second with Diamande leaving for Real Madrid because he was on their short list. How much would you ask to let Siddiqui go? It's not a question of even like how much I'd want for him. It's realistically what are the goals for the season and can you find a replacement? So like for example, Siddiqui, to answer your question, I genuinely think he's a 100 mil plus midfielder. He will be that one day. I don't think there's any reason for Sunderland to sell him for like 50, 60 mil just for him to go to another club to get even more value. He's happy here. If we have to give him an even better contract, completely understandable. But especially with Europe, I would not sell him. But like the market right now in general, I feel like is relatively inflated. I know it's a World Cup year, but it's like a lot of the signings I feel like last year we were looking at, or like you look at the market. I feel like wingers in particular, there's a lot of wingers in this market where you look at for like the 15 to 25 mil range. And a lot of those are now moving towards the 30 to 40 mil range. And the middle ground is a lot of clubs trying to figure out how to package it together with how much upfront, how much in potential like bonuses or basically like guaranteed things they'd hit. But it's really interesting. I think that's affecting Sunderland's ability to finish their recruiting right now. I think they're trying to not necessarily lowball, but they're not just trying to throw money. That doesn't help anyone. But at the same time, too, when it comes to their players, they're not just going to get rid of a player to get rid of a player. They want to build momentum. Yeah, 100 mil would be my answer. I could easily see in a few years Manchester United going in for Siddiqui. I thought for sure Chelsea was going to go on for like an 80 mil bid for him Or roofs. I thought they were going to do like a 70 mil bid for roofs. LeFay, someone I'm scared to lose. Yeah, the whole team's going to be around LeFay, I feel like, next season. Did I tell you, Jacob, I got to go to the game against Liverpool in Nashville? His goal was so beautiful, and then he did the Spider-Man celebration right in front of our section. I noticed 87s for the pack cost much cheaper than buying the same number of cards. I noticed the 87s for the pack cost much cheaper than just buying the same number of cards. As in buying 87s off the market to get gold commons and gold rares are cheaper than buying gold rares and gold commons one by one on the market? Yes, absolutely. 100%. It's because fodder has no value. Everything's super cheap. Speaking about playing for France, are we going to get... Is it Methan? The left back? Looks like a proper beast. Looks like he could get in the French national team the next year. Would love to lock that down. I think that's one of those that... Him and Sule I'm not worried about, because it's one of those things where we're not haggling over 5 mil here or there, afraid to lose a player. There is a replacement ready to go. There is another option. I think we're seeing that in the window right now. So, like, I think for Sule, most of Sunderland can realize, like, right wing is probably the priority position this window that we want to lock down. And a lot of the fear was we're going to miss out on Sule if we don't buy him now. But what has happened since that's dragged out, and we've gotten linked to so many other wingers, and some have popped up, you're like, oh, I didn't even think this was an option. Think of Brian Brobby last window. Who would have thought we would have gone Brian Brobby for what, like 20 mil? Brother, he's like a 60 mil striker. How did we get him on a 5-year for 20 mil? It was because he had a huge drop in form for a season, and Ajax was looking to sell. Do you think the 88 times 5 is worth it? Yeah, I think all the dailies are worth it. You'll get endless footies cards, team of the seasons, FOFs. Also, too, what's your guys' plan for batch 2? Are you guys going to put all your batch 2 cards in for when batch 3 comes out? I don't know if there's any overlap between them, but I may honestly just go in and get rid of all the non-FOF team of the season, all those type of cards, and kind of like have it start from scratch in our club in that sense. Probably keep all like the footies and the high-end stuff, but I haven't decided yet. It's not needed in terms of like we're not going to run out of packs, so I don't need to make extra provisions for that alone, but like it's there. I may just keep it to at some point do a huge spam of like a 94 plus FOF footies pick. That's like my one issue with mainly using specials in my dupe storage and not in my club. Because I feel like it'd be so easy to use Foot Genie to make like either exact rating ranges or like the best combos, but like nothing really sticks outside of Team of the Weeks. Because it's like you open Team of the Weeks, you put it in, you mix it with the exact rating, you get it. Now it's just like we get stuff, FOFs filling up our dupe storage, Team of Seasons, footies. We'll mix that in with lower end stuff on console. So no more League SBCs if we want to make some coins? No. Yes and no is my answer. I still recommend people to do 5 League SBC runs a day just so they can see how many coins are still in them and how it's still a good use to make unlimited packs if people are struggling to start the grind. So in terms of like low end, I think people should absolutely do it too. But in terms of making coins, you can make just as much, if not potentially even more coins from the 94 plus footies player pick, FOF pick, if you're endlessly spamming player picks and other things. However, I think I could make 90 League SBC runs tomorrow for an average price of 1,000 coins per League SBC, which would put me at a net profit, bare minimum, per run of close to 8K. And if I did that for 90 runs, imagine how many coins we would actually make with the amount of things in there that go for more. Like, it would be genuinely insane. And the way we're kind of doing that is I'm slowly putting more gold commons in my club as I open these provisions. They'll slowly start filling up my dupe storage too. I'll mainly deal with that office stream a little bit, but I haven't really done Foot Genie SBCs today. I've tried to keep everything to console as much as possible and companion app. Slowly building out commons in my club. I'm going to fill out a crap ton of rares. And then I have my club full with basically every single Pro League, Portuguese League, silver rare, silver common, bronze common, bronze rare. And then I'm going to fill the transfer list with as close to 100 as I can and spam open those together. So yeah, I'm not completely done with it because I understand how many easy coins are in it. It's not needed, but I personally enjoy it. Honestly, just hold on to batch 2. True. So true, King. It's made 200K without realizing. I bought 187 to 89s about 2 hours before content. Selling for 750 to 900. Just sold them all for 3K a piece. Lazy listing. Actually, now that you bring that up, I still have over 400 plus Prime Electrums tradable I haven't opened yet. I may experiment with the prices of those off stream tonight to see if I should do the League SBC idea or not. Because if we still have all those to get through, as much as like I would love to do League SBCs tomorrow, it may be better just to open 400 plus worth, get those into liquid coins if prices stay where they are, and then from there we take those coins and buy more promo packs and stuff. Do you think we're getting an 8410 soon? Unlimited repeatable? Maybe. Made over 500K today opening 50 jumbos and 50 primes. Yeah, it's literally just free coins, man. I mean, it's always been free coins for the past like 6 months or so. It's just most people just don't want to do it. At first, when it was Libin Suds, it was overpriced, even though I love Libin Suds. Then it hit a point where it's like, even when it changed to Pro League, Portuguese League, you constantly had to justify. It's like, okay, if you get them at this price, it could be worth it. You're going to miss out in this area, potentially that area. The past few months, it's literally been like, hey, you can make like 3 to 5K per run easily. You might have to dive into some silver commons or bronze rares from League 1 Eredivisie, but you can easily scale this to 25 plus. Most people just didn't want to because they got sick of them. And like, even from like a menu grind perspective, it was such a weird thing to make videos on, because it's like, for our community, it was somewhat common sense, but like people outside of it didn't realize still how good it was. To now, it's like people will hear about it and be like, wait, you were doing the premium mix? What's the point of doing that? We've had people who literally started the premium mix today and have made hundreds of thousands of coins within like an hour or two. It's that crazy. Bid filter, 700 to 750 bid. Oh, you know what? Hold on. That just pissed me off now, because now I'm changing my mind again. What would you guys... Okay. If I... Oh. Okay. Let's think from a stream perspective. There's going to be grinding I'm doing off a stream, but the main thing is probably people enjoy player picks on stream and all the big gamble packs and all that stuff. As much fun as it would be for me to do League SBCs and get all those extra packs and all that extra stuff, I don't think that's as sexy. I could buy... I know you guys were saying the idea earlier. If I used coins to buy 87 pluses and just made a crap ton of exchanges with them, made even more, and did even more of like the 94 plus footies, I honestly think that's the route to go. Would you guys agree? And that's not giving up on promo packs either. We'll still open a massive amount of huge promo packs throughout the week and continue to get fodder from that and extra exchanges from that too with the liquid coins we're making. But is that the route to go, do you think? That's what I'll be doing. Because, like, again, the next step is logistics of, okay, if my goal is to try to get as many 99s as possible, that probably makes more sense to stay in those type of big areas so I can get the past high-end cards. And the Team 2 ones. Dude, I need to clear this. Got so much filling up. It's worth it if you have a ton of coins like you do. Well, that's like another thing too. It's like, as much as I want to show you guys, like, hey, if you didn't have many coins, you can do this grind. If you didn't have much to begin with, you can do this grind. Absolutely. But I also have 20 mil. If I can use 20 mil to make it even easier on myself and give us more stuff, why not, right? We grinded the last 10 months to go crazy. Like that now, in my opinion? Yeah. I think that's right. So, if I'm gonna do... Let's then set... Let's find the next logical thing that makes sense. Foot Genie is much of the... Well, we gotta wait, I guess, tomorrow to see what comes out. I'm assuming we're gonna get a 94 plus Footies Team 2 / FOF pick would be my guess. Maybe it's a mix of Team 1 and Team 2. Either way, we'll see if that one has the Jumbo Gold Pack. Even if it doesn't, genuinely, I think I'd do it anyways. But I think saving the... not doing 87 to 90s constantly in here. Using my 91 pluses and my dupe storage to constantly do those. Mixed in with my, like, 85s and 86s, I think is the route. I think that's the move. I think that makes the most sense. It's the most logical. Could always go back to a premium league upgrade if you get under a certain coin mark, but I doubt that would happen. It's not even a coin mark either. We mentioned this earlier. If you guys weren't here, I have player picks out right now. I can't show you. But I think I just made enough dupe storage I might be able to. Or I just made a pack, so I think I can show you in here. So I call it my failsafe. We'll call it the failsafe method. So I'm endlessly going to have hundreds of repeatable Footies packs that will cycle through. This number might get into... I want to make over 1,000 plus that are recycled. Whether this number actually gets to 1,000 plus in terms of like what you see here, the total number of usages is going to be well over 1,000. I think in terms of buying things, putting liquid coins into these, we easily could do that. No problem with 87s. And I wouldn't be opposed to that. But what I want to go over is, where is it? Provisions here. So I'm saving my daily provision packs, both for like times I go back to League SBCs or want to do them bigger in bulk, but also too, if we ever hit a point where you guys felt like, hey, this doesn't feel as unlimited as it was, or I'm struggling to make it unlimited, you could always open these. So I do them daily. I haven't opened them yet. My advice for you guys to start off is use them as a part of the grind, but if you don't need them, especially if you're doing so many player picks as it is and you don't feel the need to put gold commons in your club, maybe you just keep the provision pack there, and it's a nice fail-safe to go back to when needed, mixed with the League SBCs or other stuff. I have the Prime Electrums as well. I mentioned wanting to get rid of these. I saw 457 of them. I mean, let's... Oh, we can't open one right now. Dang it. Or maybe we can. Oh, no, we can. Like, just the price of stuff is outrageous. So, like, if I open one of these right now, the quick sell value, it's going to differ pack to pack because the amount of rares in there, if it's a gold rare, it's going to be different than the quick sell price of a silver rare. But also, too, the more gold rares you have, the chances are it's going to be more 80 pluses anyways. So, like, the quick sell of this is easily over 3K. But if we actually look at the true value of this, we have an 83, which we can easily get 1.44 to 1.3. We have the gold commons, which we can quick sell those sort of things. We have other cards we could put back into League SBCs. Like, there's additional value here. But also, too, in terms of, like, having things in your club, whether it's the daily bronze, daily silver, daily golds, League SBCs, having things that if you're overkill, being able to sprinkle in maybe some bronzes and silvers into your 8410s or into your 94 plus PPs, I think having a bunch of stuff like this laying around would be a good thing. Is it necessarily needed? No, but always an option. If you put 94 plus PP, you'll always get liquid coins back. No, I know. The issue is it goes away tomorrow. So if it was guaranteed to be out for another week, or we got the same pack back for the next one, without a doubt, it's the move. It's the right now not knowing that's the hard part, if that makes sense. Just sent 625k into the tradable promo. Got Eden Hazard. Let's go. Yo, guys, if you're enjoying the stream, smack the like button. Once we hit 50 likes, we're 10 away right now. We got 240 in here. Second we hit 50 likes, we are opening a 200 player pack for you guys. It's going to give us a ton of fodder. We're going to be able to make way more exchanges, player packs, get more promo cards. And then maybe we start the 94s after that then. We'll have to see. Yeah, I do think the move, let's assume it's the same thing. Let's say it's is it small gold players pack in the one and then a jumbo gold in the other? I'll probably, you know what? I don't need the coins. I'll probably save the packs and then have a time where I'm opening the packs. That's probably the most logical way to go about it. I could just quick sell and take the coins right away, but I'll probably spam them open at the same time for different things, would be my guess. Also, as like a proof that you can grind them out to such an extent. Like the same way we did so many League SBC runs, that'd be a cool thing to show off the Jumbo Gold by saying like, hey, we made 100 runs of these today. Not only is it possible to unlimited grind, this is coin-wise what it could look like. Yeah, the more I can turn my mind off personally this week, the better. That's my main goal. How's the new grind been? Not playing recently? It's way better than people expected, and honestly, it's a genuinely insane grind for the amount of liquid coins and fodder you can get out of it. The pack itself, you can't get anything crazy in because it's capped at an 88 rating, but your ability to make endless player picks off of it and endless other things as a byproduct of it is unmatched from what we've had so far. Comparing it to what we had last year, though, no comparison. Last year was infinitely better. That 88 exchange where you could put in 4 88 pluses and then get back, or was it 3 or 4? I can't remember. And get back in 83.20 was wild. It was 4? Okay. Are you excited for the Premier League returning? Yeah, man. I'm excited for the inevitable 3 teams coming up controversy or talking points. I mean, I went through with Sunderland, so it's cool to see Sunderland not have to deal with that anymore. But Sunderland's getting the second season syndrome treatment now. All the talking points are, you know, it's always that second season after you stay up that you really got to be careful about. You know, you got Europe. You got additional games in the week. It's all true, by the way. I'm not downplaying it. But, like, I think people look too much at just listening to what other people hear about things and they don't critically think about it to the extent. I mean, I don't expect people to, but it's like if you look at Sunderland's team, the metrics you should be looking at is what of the team were they able to keep? What have they sold? And what have they been able to build on? That's the biggest thing. I think a majority of the teams that struggle in the second season in particular in the Premier League, especially when they're playing Europe, is they lose a lot of their good players and or they do not have the depth they need to cope with the league. Sunderland's issue right now is quality depth in a few positions that they're already starting to address, and if it continues to be addressed in the next week or so, I'm perfectly confident with not getting relegated and having a decent Europa League run. But I would play it safe and say the assumption is realistically you're looking at 10 less points than the league last year, because you're going to drop some just with more games. But I do think the 3 new promoted teams, Coventry, Hull, and Ipswich, I do not think they're going to be as good as the 3 promoted teams last year. Burnley, Sunderland, and Leeds. So there's going to be a little bit more of a cushion there. I think out of the 3, though, it's an interesting dynamic. I don't think Ipswich, they're going to be caught in like kind of the Burnley trap where you don't have a good enough team to stay up, but you're a phenomenal championship team. Burnley's always fallen into that. Ipswich is going to try to break the mold a little bit more this season with some of their signings, but they still kind of like offload a lot to Burnley and vice versa. Coventry is the interesting one. Coventry, I think, some of their signings genuinely look insane. They just signed a midfielder. I'm blanking on his name, but absolute baller he looked like. Working under Frank Lampard will be absolutely insane for him, and I think will turn him into an absolute beast who could go easily for probably double the price tag in the next year or two. Hull's the kind of wild card. I don't think Hull has a good enough team for the Premier League. I don't think they have enough quality across the board and enough depth. But what's going to be really interesting with them is if they go down, how do they look to rebuild? I think with Hull, the funny thing is, though, if you're familiar with the owner of Hull, he's a Turkish guy, and he's like the most wild dude ever. When he first joined the club, when they were in the championship, bro, there was a period where he literally did nothing but buy washed Turkish players for way over price. I believe he got them into like transfer embargoes for parts of the season. They had to cope with that. They had Liam as their manager at one point. Like, they've been through so much. The fact that they got promoted is genuinely insane, but will be fun to see how they do. But I think Coventry will be the one to watch. If there is a team to stay up, I'd look at Coventry. But if you're looking at the teams last year that were near the bottom, I think the one in particular, Spurs with the amount of injuries they dealt with and just the signings they've made this summer, I think they're in a much better spot. I do not expect Spurs to be anywhere near that. I don't think Newcastle will be either. I think as a Sunderland supporter, it's easy to say, like, oh, Newcastle's selling all their best players. They always overpay for replacements and they're not as good. Could that be relegation? I mean, there's always the chance, but theoretically, I think they'll build a somewhat decent squad, a bit overpriced, miss out on Europe, but probably be a mid-table team would be my guess. Hot take, I think Spurs have another disappointing season. I think Spurs will still underperform, but I don't think they're at risk of getting relegated. I think they'll be more of like Chelsea last season, where didn't Chelsea finish like more mid-table? But if you look like at a lot of their matchups, they had a team where it's like realistically you look at it, they should be doing better. They lose points against opponents that realistically you should be beating. Like when Sunderland went to the Bridge and got that last-minute goal off of them. Bro, that was one of the greatest days of my life. But genuinely, we should not be taking 6 points off at Chelsea. It'll be interesting to see how it goes next season, but yeah. First time I've been SoftBanned this year doing PP method. LOL, it's time to call it a night. It's crazy because so many people are getting banned on Foot Genie very quickly because they were doing all the dailies right into player picks. And like, you have the 90 SBC limit per hour and then the 300 per day. So like within like 20 minutes, people are getting hit. But like genuinely on console, I don't think I'm not saying it. I'm not saying it. I'm not going to say the words. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying it though. Not even going to entertain it. But we do have the PS4 and the PS5 version and the companion app. And the web app still. It'll be curious to see how many player picks we have by... Wait, when does this expire? Ooh, 3 days. Ooh. What was the reason for Spurs having another bad season? Should be top 6, and if it's Savinho and Gakpo, then possibly better striker. I think it was just the back-to-back season of underperforming. So, like, if you look at United and Spurs being down there 2 seasons ago, the United one was kind of hilarious with the haircut thing going on, but, like, both of those teams, it was like the first time in a long time you think one of the Big Six teams could have a chance of getting relegated. And even if you looked at the point total, it still wasn't close, but they should have never been there. I think United realized that and saw they had to rebuild and performed extremely well last season. I think just with Spurs, the amount of injuries they did have, and would you say somewhere panic buys? I'm trying to think of their window. I don't know, to be honest, but yeah, I don't think Spurs will do as bad. But if you're shouting like Champions League, I think that's a step too far, maybe. Josh, what's up, buddy? It'll be interesting, though. The ones I'm really looking forward to are Brighton, Brentford, and Bournemouth. They follow a very similar model that kind of like Sunderland does, but they have a lot of turnover in their players. They get players for cheaper, sell them on for huge price tags. Have a team that they somewhat build around, but there's a lot of instability when it comes to managers and kind of like whole team dynamics. So I'm curious to see how they do. Krupi's going to be out for a few months at least, right? That's going to be interesting. I don't think someone's going to buy him this summer. Krupi was going to be a hot asset, but maybe if he's playing before the winter window and he's doing well in the Prem, I don't know what their schedule looks like in December, January, but maybe a big move for him. Yeah. Is Rodri confirmed to Barca or Real Madrid? By the way, can we talk about how relaxing it is just to sit and spam player picks? I wish we've had this for weeks, man. My goodness. It's just chill vibes, dude. It's a Barca, here we go? Dang, okay. Spurs scrapped relegation because of other teams helping out. Dude, West Ham bottled so hard, bro. There was so little they actually had to do to get Spurs to go down, and they couldn't even do that, man. That was so depressing. What is interesting, though, and it's been a trend year to year across the EFL, but, like, you're seeing it, I feel like, primarily this window now with West Ham. The amount of money being spent in the lower divisions is crazy. If you look a few years ago, spending 10 mil plus in the championship was unheard of. It was a huge gamble. And no other of the small teams could afford it. It was mainly like the Prem teams. Then came League One, when Birmingham City got relegated to League One. I'm blanking on his name. It was the English Fulham striker, young lad. His dad played there as well. What's his name? They bought him for like 10 mil in League One. And that was like, dude, what are you doing? And then they came up. You see Wrexham lower down the pyramid, have their American owners, and they treat it like it's a fairy tale, but they overspend and work their way up. And then I think they're going to get more of a reality check in the championship now. Them buying players that are kind of somewhat past their prime for price tags that have no resellable value. If they change up from that model a bit more, I think they'll be all right. But I mean, the fact that they got close to playoffs was a good season for them, but I was cheering so hard for them to not make it. I can't stand them for kind of the marketing they do of the team. Like, if they were honest and they're like, hey, like, we appreciate the people of Wrexham, they deserve this, we're going to put a lot of money into it, that's one thing. The way it's talked about, though, it's like this fairy tale thing that should have never happened. Unbelievable happened, and it's like, wait a second. Brother, you just did a career mode save where you went down. What would happen if Man City faced 151 charges. We're going to put them in League 2. Holland stayed loyal to the club. It's like, okay, what's Holland going to do in League 2, I wonder? 100 goal season? Wow, who could have expected that? Don't think it's an exaggeration to say Spurs should be in UCL. I think you can look at the quality of team and think it's possible. I don't think it should be expected, though, because we have to see how well they play with each other. And you got to think of the other teams above them, too, and what they look like. I was very pissed that Spurs got Van Heck, because he's someone I've wanted for so long at Sunderland. Back when I think he was at Blackburn, I really wanted him at loan with an option to buy at some point, but he's going to be phenomenal. Yeah. Absolute beast. But yeah, no. Like, think of it. You have Arsenal, who's going to be in a really strong position, who just won the league. They're going to have a good season. Whether they win the league again, that's another conversation we can have. Let's put that aside for now. Liverpool, I think, is going to be hit or miss. They're going to play more attacking football this season with Areola. It's going to be a fun season, whether they win or not. City's going to be absolute quality no matter what. They could drop points here or there, but they'll be good. The question's going to be with a change of manager, do they change their system altogether? How does everyone respond? That'll be the real test. But United will still be pretty good. Aston Villa will be up there. Is Aston Villa getting a new goalkeeper? Is Martinez finally going to get his move to a big six? Is he going to cry again, thinking it's going to be his last game? Pack 95, Paddy Dorgu. Nice. W, man. We had 170 mil on 3 players this window. We need to invest now. I'm hoping you mean invest and not infest. I would hate to see you guys infest. That sounds like a bad time. Sounds like a COVID 2.0. Stumped on what to do with the 85-86s. I've been putting them in the 94 plus PP. I think that's fine. I want you guys to wrap your head around this. If you are already unlimited, in my opinion, especially when it comes to dupe storage, but I would say anything, nothing is a waste. So if you're stumped on where to put something, or you feel like you're overkill, or you feel like something's building up, whatever you choose to do with that, feel free to experiment. Feel free to switch it up at some point. Completely up to you. For a grind focus on trying to get 99s, what would you focus on? I'm using Pill Tools, the free 20 SBCs from FootGenie and extra info. Okay, so you're only going to get so far on Pale Tools and FootGenie, which for FootGenie in particular is actually a good thing, because most people get their SBC bans by making all their player picks and stuff right away on there, and they get their hourly ban or their daily ban within a few hours of doing that. Spamming player picks on console is going to get you so far day to day. We've been doing it nonstop for the longest time now. It's just been endless fodder. Like, you'll be good no matter what. I would start looking at FootGenie for your 20 uses, and if you're watching ads, you can get up to, I believe it's 70 a day now. I would start looking at those shots for the 99s that you're talking about. Right now, we have out the Footies Team 1 / FOF player pick 94 plus. Not only does this give you a good tradable pack in the Jumbo Gold Pack, the small gold players pack, these two will net you around 10K. You have to put in a Team of the Week, Team of the Season, FOF for Footies, which seems like a lot for an 88 rated squad outside of the dailies. But when you factor in the fact that you probably have most of the Footies already from Team 1 that you're going to be packing, or the FOFs anyways, if you're getting a dupe, you can put that dupe right back in, and you essentially found a place to put 85s, 86s, 84s, your 91 pluses, maybe your dupe storage, other Footies cards. Like, this is phenomenal. The issue is, it goes away at new content. So, if we get this exact thing back or something similar with Footies Team 2, that'll be a phenomenal way to get the 99s that are no longer in packs, but get you liquid coins without having to do something like League SBCs to buy promo cards, or buy promo packs that make more sense too. So, like, for example, if you're doing, let's say you're making 10K per average per run of that, if you're able to do, let's say 20 of those a day, you're making 200K, you can go to the market and be like, okay, let's go to packs for you. If you haven't done your 126K Footies Fiesta pack, you have 200 cards now completely covered with that. Which, by the way, I think we hit... Did we hit 50 likes? We're at 45 right now. We're going to open this up the second we hit 50, boys. So if you haven't already, smack that like button. Subscribe if you're new. If you are wondering where this pack is, the Footies Fiesta pack is available in the packs for you for anyone that's been on the game for more than 200 days. It's 126K, 200 players, 26 guaranteed to be 86 rated or higher. You're going to get a lot of promo cards with this, but you're going to get a lot of player picks to recycle and stuff too. Companion app is 302, right? New gen, old gen companion app. Yep. So you can have up to basically 1,200 plus a day. So you have, technically it's 1,500. So you have companion app is its own entity, 300 a day. PS5, 300 a day. PS4, 300 a day. Web app and web app extensions being the same thing, 300 a day. However, you technically, I believe, can do up to 600, especially if you're using a mix of Foot Genie and Pale Tools, and you're going back and forth between PS4 and PS5. There's a, I think, PS4 version of the web app and a PS5 version. I can't remember exactly how to access one. You have to go to like one menu and then get out and then go in, but like you can stretch it very far. You may probably answered this 100 times already. Do you still do the League SBCs? If you want to see kind of like a step-by-step grind to start, if you need help, we had the grind video go up today. We talked about like you could do 5 a day to make easy coins. And if you want to continue making League SBCs, you can. They're not needed though, nor do you really have to do them anymore altogether. You can though. It's just going to be easy coins and easy more cards. That's completely your call though. Companion app is 202, right? New gen, old gen. Companion app shows you have good grind. I'm needing to whip out. Yeah, I would do everything. I'd be smart with how you do everything too. I'm to the point now where I'm not going to use Foot Genie unless it's something very specific. I'm probably never going to do a daily bronze, daily silver, or daily gold ever again. That's just pointless uses daily. I'm probably going to still do the 7 provisions daily, but I can do that on console. I'm probably going to do all my uses now for like a 94 plus PP, or if I'm doing like 90 runs of League SBCs. All right. Let's keep going. Got one for me. We'll watch your new vid later. It's still a great cycle method. Yeah, and we'll have another one tomorrow with kind of like the step after. Today's was more of like, is it actually unlimited? If you're close, here's what to do. But you basically shouldn't be close. That was kind of today. So it's like, if you need the bare bones, making coins, making packs, how can you make sure you never run out? Think of it like a bike. If you've never ridden a bike before, you probably have the extra set of wheels on. Your mom's probably pushing you from behind, even if the wheels get taken off. But eventually, your mom's going to be pushing you from behind and not telling you she let off. And you're just going and you're free roaming. And you don't realize it. So you're grinding that way, thinking you're good. And then before you realize, you're like, oh, I haven't had to do a League SBC in a while. I've just been doing player picks with the off leagues. I've been doing player picks back into the provision. It seems like I'm getting more than enough 87s. I think I'm good. Just trying to get in as many as possible. It's about Oxy o'clock in 17 minutes. I think I'm going to pass out. Also, Mama, do you reckon there's a ban limit on SBCs with consoles still? An SBC limit, do you mean? Yes, I still believe it's around 300. Now, that being said, I'm not going to say the words I want to say because I know the second I say them, I'm going to get an SBC ban. All right, now, you know what? Am I starting to have my dupe storage fill up with gold commons? think I am. I think I have to start making some craftings too. You know what? I might keep that for Companion app. Companion app doing low to high might be my workaround for that. I might stick to just player picks on here. We'll see though. Just annoying. Then you can't get the grind going. I mean, to a certain extent, right? Like, it's good. It's a good problem to have that the reason you can't keep the grind going is because EA's stupid SBC limit, rather than the fact that like the grind itself doesn't work. Because if that's the case, we just become smarter with the SBCs we do. We're more strategic with our daily uses. And then hopefully within the next week or so, EA gets their common sense and they never have, and they change it so that we can do unlimited. But like, even with this being out for almost 7 hours now, like, we're now approaching exactly what happens the second you get a really good unlimited grind. You kind of, not necessarily get bored of it, but you're like, okay, what's the next thing? Realistically, what we need next. Your 84 plus player picks that you're doing a crap ton of times each day, you're now wanting that 84-10 unlimited repeatable, and you're like, I'm ready for that thing. I'm not going to be satisfied until I have the 85-10. What you were dying for a second ago now is no longer good enough for you. And that's always going to feel like it's the case. Didn't EA? Yeah. Also last year, a month prior, EA had exchanges out. So it's just one of those things where it's like each year it's getting less and less effort, it feels like. Or to be fair, you know what? I think I'm not harsh enough on EA. I say less and less effort. It's very purposeful what they're doing. I take back everything else I said. They're literally doing it on purpose. It's not a, oh, we forgot about this. It's, no, they realize how good it is. Currently grinding De Jong as we speak. Rad Chad, brother. No disrespect, no assumptions, no I'm not looking at you any differently, but I just read your message that you are grinding on De Jong. Hey, yo. Who knows, with EA they could do it tomorrow? Yeah, literally. I'm curious, what are your guys' thoughts on the new SBC system next year? I think overall it's going to be a positive implementation when it comes to making SBCs easier to put things in. SBC to SBC, the quality and like the requirements are going to differ greatly. Some are going to be the worst valued things in the world, in my opinion, and some are going to be really good value. But I think overall it's a step in the right direction, in my opinion. I would love to hear a case otherwise, but I genuinely think that was something that's been needed for a long time, is a revamp of that. However, if they give us really no repeatable SBCs, or it feels like they're not caring at all, though, that sucks. But like for gold investing, silver investing, I'm going to have so many things in my club that we're constantly flipping and putting into those and selling for cheapest solutions for way more coins. I can't wait. Did some tests, opened 3 provisions, counted all League SBC cards. BPL, Bundesliga got covered. Would need to buy 13 League of Portugal Pro League cards combined, 13 non-league SBC rares, 12 commons. So should I try? Oh, I kind of want to experiment. So I've been doing this behind the scenes. You guys haven't been seeing it as much this stream because you see me making the player picks. as I'm opening the footies upgrades, I'm getting more and more commons in the club. If you guys just got here in the past like 10-15 minutes or so, I originally had the idea that I could slowly store all these commons in my club over time to get more and more League SBC commons in my club, mixing it with the gold rares that we get from these, and then the gold rares that we get from player picks, making more of these, and just doing that endlessly until we get to a point where we basically have so many runs of Premier Liga, Bundesliga, Serie A, League 1 Eredivisie, and a crap ton of gold rares and gold commons for Pro League Portuguese League. I have, if I went to my club right now, I'm curious what the gold situation looks like. Because for silvers, I have a ton of silvers on my transfer list and still in my club for these. But in terms of like golds, I would start looking at it from the perspective of like, you might, without knowing it, have all the League of Portugal and Pro League gold rares and gold commons where you don't have to buy a single card and you're basically making a free probably 10k plus. Pro League's the one, or Portugal's League's the one I'm usually lower on. Let's take a look at Pro League, what I have in there. Oh, there's like none here. I've also rinsed a ton, to be fair, of the golds. Especially the lower end ones. We put in most of the gold rares into the player picks. Like, you'll see all the silvers just chilling around. To be fair, I don't even have a crazy amount of silvers right now. Or bronzes. I probably need to get more in my club. But yeah, my idea was like, we could theoretically go in and do a crap ton of League SBCs with even less work and make more coins, but I think I might even pass on that. I'm off now. Have a good night, brother. It could use it to make SBCs more expensive by increasing the points requirement. Well, they do have, from some of the screenshots, I don't know if it was from the beta or what, but there was a, correct me if I'm wrong, some sort of like jumbo silver players pack or prime silver players pack, and it was it 5,000 points? Like, it didn't look like good value if silvers are 20 a piece and bronzes are 10 a piece. If 75 golds are 50 a piece and 80 and above, starting at 80 is 100 a piece, you need what, 50, 80 pluses for silver players? Like, that doesn't seem great. But then I see some other packs on there. It's like, oh, if they have like a prime mixed players pack for, let's say, 5k-ish, could be maybe something you do over time. Or like things like that pop out. It's like, okay, well, maybe if I get a bunch of players here, or this is that. Is the grind now unlimited? BPM will be insane. The grind for 26 is now unlimited. It's been unlimited for a while with different grinds, but more in particular, the easy to access, hands off, just sitting and chilling is now completely unlimited. Wait, what was I doing? I was making exchanges. That's what I was doing. The open ground stuff does look fun too. I think people's biggest complaint, whether they will admit it or not, when it comes to like making fun of the grounds, is they feel like they're putting more time and attention into that and then ultimate rather than ultimate team. That's like the biggest letdown I feel like most people have. I don't think most people actually have an issue with grounds itself. It's just the way EA goes about their stuff. They feel like they're not reaching one community and then they can make more money in another area, so they're going to completely abandon us, which is true to a certain extent. They're different teams, obviously different resources, same company. But I personally think it from the other perspective. I think I want grounds to be a sensational thing that gets more people to buy the game, that gets more people interested, because ultimately more people in the game, I think, gets more people either back into Ultimate Team or on Ultimate Team for the first time. From a content creation standpoint, I think that's a phenomenal thing to have people who are new to grinds, they want to catch up. Maybe people who haven't played in a few years. You see that with chat today. Some people haven't played the menus in months or haven't even bought this game, wondering if this is worth it. Like, there's pros definitely for that. But also, too, if you have a whole new fan base coming in and they see that, like, there's a potential menu grind you could do, that puts more pressure on EA, where it's like, oh, we notice an influx of people coming in. We want to keep them playing these things. Let's give them stuff that will actually keep them staying on. I think it can only bring potential positives. There will always be negatives no matter what. The negatives are never going to be completely removed, but there's a lot of opportunity for positives. I have 7,000 players in my club. Dang, man. I didn't see how many I have. Not played it, but it's a bit like how NBA 2K is, which I think is a good thing. I personally was a fan of like the park and 2K sort of things. They are also very money hungry, and like their things, you can buy like 15 different builds of players, and people spend so much money on 2K. I don't think spending money on a game, there's anything wrong with it. I think it's actually healthy if you have a game where people want to spend a lot of money on because they really enjoy it. The issue comes when it's such an unfair advantage for people to feel like they need to spend that money to catch up. So like that's my issue with like Ultimate Team in particular, is like EA will talk all day about how exchanges are this horrible thing because it's given an unfair advantage for the person who's doing SBCs on the menus. They want it to be an even playing field, but then they turn around and sell you even more FIFA points, where that gives you infinitely more of an unfair advantage than any sort of extension. Little Timmy, who is now in college, who's always been a little Timmy and struggled with SBCs, him doing his dailies on the free version of Foot Genie every single day to save himself 25 minutes isn't killing the grind for the people on the menus. If anything, it helps them see they don't have to waste their time. And if you're EA, you should see it as like, oh, yeah, we kind of do want to make life easier for the people who play our game. How cool would it be if we allowed them to do their stuff quicker so they could get back to gameplay? Actually, how cool would it be if they had gameplay that people actually wanted to play in the first place? There's not even getting back to. How can we keep them on the gameplay to begin with? I have an idea. We're going to release gameplay at the start where we listen to their constructive criticism, their feedback, and people genuinely like it. But the second there's even a single complaint from a single person, we're going to change gameplay, and it's going to suck all over again. That always happens. So excited for GTA trailer now, by the way. Why EA should work with Foot Genie to work in the better menus. I think it should honestly go a step past that. If you think of games like GTA, if you think of Minecraft, if you think of Roblox, I have no doubt at some point there's going to be either those sort of sites having their own football game that's better than EA, or other companies competing against EA also in the football space that are able to do something more kind of open world-esque. Like, I feel like video games are going to get more and more together rather than further removed when it comes to those sort of things. So, like, I would love, what is it, the Fall Guys sort of game that they have in said, the grounds. I hope that becomes really fun, because if EA can make the game free to play because they think that might go as viral as Fall Guys, that brings a lot more attention to the game and brings a lot more people. And that'd be fun in my opinion. Like, I would want them to spend time on that if they can make that a good game mode. But I don't want it at expense of giving up on Ultimate Team completely. There has to be a balance somewhere. Repackaged Volta double phase corners are reportedly crap. Same graphics, same commentary. I honestly think the SBC thing they did is going to be crap. And it could be. But there will still always be a grind. If the menus are worse than they were last year, we'll still find a way to make you guys coins and make you guys packs. So, either way, we're chilling. And honestly, if anything, coins are probably going to be king next year regardless. And outside of like showing you guys how to build up packs, I really want you guys to probably build up coins next year. It's just such a useful tool when EA doesn't give you stuff or take stuff away and you're waiting for something to replace it. Now we know their own employees use their own game with extensions, open packs. Makes sense. It's so funny. A bit confused on the companion app, Phil. I did 300 on a web app for both new and old gen. Switched to the companion app with phone. With Foot Genie, it's saying still softband. Because your mistake is you're using the app version of Foot Genie and assuming that means you're using the companion app. The app version of Foot Genie is the web app. It's still the web app extension. So, by nature, you'll be SBC banned. You got to go on the physical EA companion app in the Apple Store or Android one, whatever you're using. Does Pale Tools work with that? Nope. It's its own separate entity, the companion app. And it's a good thing it is. Because that's the base version of what EA has to improve on. What they have is like the bare minimum amount of features. It can only get better. And it should get better. Croupy. What's Croupy's injury? I know he's out for months, but here we go. Just packed a Schmeichel. Nice. W. W, man. All right, so what I'm thinking, we're going to have 2 videos in the next 2 days. The video for Friday will be before new content, so we can't do like a what I'm putting my high-rated fodder into exact video until we get that coming out at new content. Hopefully that comes out at new content. So I think what the video will be for tomorrow, and if you guys have anything you want me to include in the video itself, I absolutely can. But the idea of the video for Friday will be SBC bans, how to not even necessarily avoid them, how to maximize the amount of SBCs you're doing a day using everything possible, and then talking about kind of what makes sense on each thing. So, like, if you're already unlimited packs, probably makes no sense for you to do Foot Genie, daily bronzes, daily silvers, and daily golds. You're not going to want to use 21 uses of the dailies if you're on the free version, and with ads you can get up to 70. That's probably going to be stupid. But if you're already making a crap ton of player picks and crafting upgrades no problem on console, you're getting a ton of fodder and you don't know where to put that, maybe making the 94 plus FOF in footies that are a little bit more difficult to make with different kind of like things you can put in. Having Foot Genie do that for you or Pale Tools do that for you, infinitely more worth it to have it on there. I would also say too, don't be lazy guys and do your provisions make your provisions on console. Do not, unless you have no issues getting SBC banned faster, don't just make like 50 provisions real quickly on Foot Genie. It's not needed. You'll be able to make plenty on here, no problem. You can just go to your dupe storage, clear that way. You can go within a rating range of golds. Won't be too hard. I would even argue to not even do 80 times 5 or 84 plus player picks on there. You could make an argument for 84 10s, 85 10s, and the 88 7 or whatever that is. But even then, you could still do that on console easily. I would personally keep Foot Genie and Pale Tools for as many tradable packs and high-end cards as possible. And we can kind of go more into what specifically that looks like. I know with that, the question about like dupe storage will pop up, where it's like, I keep getting a bunch of 83s, I keep getting a bunch of 84s, what should I do with that? I get 85s and 86s, what should I do with those? So what's the actual path order you would set up? Like, what's the flow path? If you missed the video from today, we give a step-by-step recommendation at the start of a grind, if you're really looking forward to that step-by-step. But if you have kind of any amount of base built up and you're already unlimited, you can truly take it wherever you want. Quickly, I can go over the recommendation in the videos. I still recommend, with your daily bronze, daily silver, daily golden provisions, to do 5 premium mixed league upgrade runs, just to see the sheer amount of coins in them, just for perspective of how easy it is to make coins on the market and how easy it is to still scale league SBCs. But outside of that, the deeper point is it's not really going to be an issue at all to make packs and picks anyways. From that, though, the fact that you can make coins, realistically, could we put this somewhere else? Could we turn these coins and this fodder into something even higher? What could come out that could make this even better? And that's kind of where we left it. Yeah, so that's where the degen method's going to come in. So for the SBC ban, we'll touch on that a little bit in that video. Well, we don't know what the SBC is going to be exactly. I can show you right now for perspective of what we're talking about, but we truly don't know what it will be yet. So if I go to my favorites, if you just go to upgrades, you'll find it. It's one that expires in 16 hours. It's the 1 of 3 94 plus FOF or Footies Team 1 player pick. The reason this is so good is only one of the squads needs a Team of the Week, Team of the Season, FOF or Footies. And it's an 88 squad and an 89. The Jumbo Gold Pack will get you so many quick-selled coins. Bare minimum, you get 5k plus quick-sell in this. But the value of these two packs, you're probably netting around 10k per run. But this is going to be a great place for you to dump just excess golds and excess cards in general. Not only is that going to keep your dupe storage consistently cleared, you might think, oh, is it worth it to put a Footies or one of those cards in? Well, if you're making this and you already have most of the Footies, you already have most of the FOFs, most likely you're packing a duplicate, which will go right back into your dupe storage. So the way I would think about this is like that requirement's not even there. It's essentially a place to put dupe storage stuff that's filling up, your lower rated stuff that doesn't necessarily fit the 87 threshold, mixed in with some of your higher rated stuff that maybe seems too overkill to put into the exchange threshold. You're now making yourself a higher chance for a 99 in this pack, and you're getting tradable coins that you can buy promo packs with. You can degen that way. You can make hundreds of thousands of coins a day with those, especially if you're min-maxing the time you're using on Foot Genie and Pale Tools by building those out. And those coins can then go into huge gamble packs, which then can go into more exchanges, have a better chance of getting 99s in those gamble packs, and so on and so forth. All right, we hit 50 likes, boys. I owe you the PP, not the PP. I owe you the For You pack. So we have a Footies Fiesta, 126k, 200 rare golds with 86 plus guarantees for 26 of them. Let's see how it is. This one would also be a good one to save for Team 3, trying to get the 99s. Gotcha, this is like turning that fodder into coinage while being able to potentially get footies cards. Yep. So, essentially, the lower end version of that has always been League SBCs, right? I've been showing you guys with the premium mix how to make coins, packs, and never run out of fodder and keep that going. This is essentially the higher end version of that. Quick question. What's the best way in this grind if you just want coins? How many coins do you want? You can make hundreds of thousands of coins a day on League SBCs easily using these methods back into League SBCs. You can make hundreds of thousands of coins a day doing these methods into the 94 plus and the other things like that. One of them nets you a higher chance of a 99, and you get a lot of your higher end cards filling up your dupe storage removed. Another one, you're using a lot of your lower end stuff, gold commons, gold rares. You may be filling in some areas, but you're paying very few coins and you're making a ton. It's completely up to you. Sick. More player picks. Oh, I want Ibra so bad. We will get that Ibra, by the way. I could be wrong. I believe you can get the footies icons in those footies peepees, by the way. So you won't be able to get the current ones in packs, but it'll be the last ones. So I'm assuming it's either going to be directly Team 2 or Team 1, Team 2 combined. And there will be like variations of it too. There's the ones that are not completely repeatable. They can do a few times a day. They have different ones you could do. So with 3 provisions crafted and needed cards bought recrafted, you make 5-6k minimum profit per League SBC without any pull. Yeah, it's just so many coins, man. And it scales so quickly. Oh, it does say no icons? Okay, my bad. My name is Reed, but I didn't read it. I just assumed EA would be nice. Sup, Mumbo, how you been? I took a break from playing this game since Team of the Year. Your mental health is probably so good, George. I'm doing great, brother. Alright, I'm going to take a look real quick at our dupe storage just to see what we have. So I'm going to put some stuff in the footies in the 87 to 90 range, but I'm just going to get a quick scan to see where we're currently sitting. So I could do some more 8410s, clear some of that. I think my biggest issue is the 86s and 85s, man. We just do not get to them in time. So yeah, let me actually, let me do this. We'll do golds, storage, ignore position, newest. We'll do up to 86. I only knew footies was happening because PlayStation emailed me. I genuinely can't tell if that's a failure on EA's end. It definitely is, but I can't tell you for what reason. Is it their lack of marketing? Is their lack of literally like you didn't care about the game enough because it sucked? Osboy, what's up, brother? How are you, mate? Haven't been here since early World Cup. I'm doing fantastic, man. Glad to see all the Sunderland players back, not injured and not sold off. Or I should say most of them not sold off. The boy sadly went. Liza Mayenda. I think I might grind now. I enjoy packs. Ella, I just saw I have 700 packs left over. Yeah, packs won't be an issue anymore, brother. Even with those packs left over, you won't have to worry about packs ever again. Weird with no cup on? I was thinking about it, dude. The World Cup was great because usually the summer's so long until the Prem starts back up. And genuinely, it's only been like a few week difference. I mean, we have... Is it Carabao Cup this weekend? And then EFL next weekend. I think National League either started already or starts this weekend too, right? Like, we are right there. We're so close. Preseason's been going on. I got to see Sunderland in person. That was fantastic. Wish we would have beat Liverpool, but still, phenomenal game. The young lads did all right, but starters were really good. Well, the loop in EAFC, but ready for late cycle. Yeah, and as always, if you guys need to see the menu grind, we had a video go up today to kind of go over the basics of this, but even watching that, if you start going through the basics, you'll realize how easy it is and how many coins you're making and how much fodder you're getting. Very quickly, you can take it your own route. It's not going to be too difficult. But yeah, if you do get stuck on something or you want advice, we're always here, but I don't necessarily think it's needed. But we will keep making different videos on helping out with SBC bans, what makes sense to put where, dupe storage filling up. So we're not done making content. How's the drop rate been lately? Drop rate for FOFs seems to have improved greatly. Same with Team of the Seasons and Footies. Really good cards, though. I genuinely couldn't tell you who of crazy value we've packed today in all this grinding we've done, which is probably a concerning thing. But also, too, like, it will eventually come. That's how this grind works. You have 350 Prem BWSL premium packs? Bro. Wait, that might actually be overpowered. That genuinely might be broken. Or just really bad. Who knows? Going to say Tillmans make his debut on Saturday? Aston Villa got the Swiss guy to replace him, right? That they ripped off from Newcastle. He was about to sign with Newcastle, and they said, wait a second. Big club coming in. He looks like he's going to be phenomenal. I stopped on the last day of Team of the Year because I got a dupe Team of the Year. I love how you got a dupe of the same one that you already packed, so you got multiple Team of the Years. And so many people got 0. And they stopped because they weren't getting anything, but you stopped because you got multiple. Beautiful. Still annoyed we missed out on Bruno G. I think he's going to fit Arsenal so well. I think Vinny was using Arsenal just to get a new Real Madrid contract, but like if he went to Arsenal with Bruno, bro, the tomfoolery that team would be doing would be crazy. Which, speaking of tomfoolery, boys, has the Prem technically patched long throw-ins? There's now going to be... I can't remember the video I watched, but it was going over all the Premier League rule changes that people don't expect and might be caught off guard with the first week. One of them is the 5-second count for the throw-ins. I don't know if it's going to be the same as the World Cup, though, where it's like you have to have the ball in your hand for it to start the count. So, like, if it's at your feet, could you theoretically get ready for a long throw and still do long throws? I'm not sure, but they have counts where it will be a turnover of possession. They have time wasting where if a player goes down to fake an injury, they have to go off for a full minute. And if it's the goalkeeper faking the injury because that was the workaround, the manager has to select a player on the pitch to go off for a minute to go down a man. So, like, you're going to see less and less time wasting. In theory, right? In theory. Same thing was true with, like, the 8-second rule, 10-second rule, where it's like if the goalkeeper didn't get rid of it in a certain amount of time, they'd give a corner kick. How often did they actually do that? You're going to still find ways to milk it, but it'll be interesting to see what happens. Mumbo, this is clearly some shameless glazing, but I watch these videos on replay sometimes, and I'm rarely live. Just want to say thank you for all the great listening. It's always time well spent. Hey, appreciate it, brother. That motivates me, man. I'll keep making them. It's always hard with, like, the menu grind, and I don't know if you guys are kind of, like, the same way with this, because it's, like, one of those things where I feel like some people, if you get it, you really get it, and then when another thing comes out, you can kind of connect the pieces, but it's hard because it's, like, you'll have groups of people who've never done anything before. So even bringing up something like the premium mix, you're talking to people who've never heard of it. You're going to be talking to people who hate it. You're going to be talking to people who already do it. It's so many different communities. You'll have, like, different SBCs that people want to do. You have people who have the free version of Foot Genie versus the paid version. You have people who just use payload tools. You have people that just use console. So it's like a million different things you're speaking to. The grind could be the same, but just a little bit different too. But people want a video made because there's differences happening. There's little niche things inside it that might make sense to make videos on. So it's like, if some stuff feels copy and pasted, apologies, but like, I feel like I'm trying to make different videos where it's like, this one will cover this topic. It might mention similar stuff we talked about before, but we're going to take it a step past. So like, for Friday's upload, that's what you're going to see. You're going to see the beginning stages of what the next level of this menu grind looks like. But in particular, we're going to be talking about SBC bans, how to avoid them as much as possible, how to maximize the amount of SBCs you're doing daily, what SBCs make sense on which console, what makes sense on web app, what makes sense on companion app, and then from there, it's going to lead into the video the next day. Hopefully, we have another 94 plus footies player pick that we can grind for liquid coins. And that'll be a ton of fun. So, plenty of grind videos coming. But yeah, it is funny though. There's some people that's like, they're gone for a day or two. They're like on vacation or it's the weekend. And maybe they're off the game themselves. They're touching grass, talking to family, friends. And it's like they'll come back 2 days later. It's like, all right, Mumbo, what did I miss? And sometimes it's like, nothing, bro. We're doing the same thing. Other days they come in and I have the whiteboard out. I'm like, listen. They come in the stream mid-conversation when we're talking about a degen grind. It's like, listen, guys. I don't think it's asking much to do 1,000 plus SBCs a day. You are all capable. I believe in you. Let's do it. Did I finish the 8410s? Am I officially out of those? Yes. We can start building for tomorrow now. But it's not just the practical advice, it's the chats, the jokes, the positive energy. I think regardless, it takes 1 or 2 full cycles of an EAFC to understand how it all works. True. And then whenever something does work, they change many aspects of it. So I completely get that. But yeah, I appreciate the kind words, man. Yeah. That's like that's the thing I hope you guys eventually watch for, is like, I personally love the community. If like you learning a menu grind can get you into a stream after like watching a video, cool. But for me, it's like, when I was a kid growing up, I watched Call of Duty commentary YouTubers, and I watched FIFA YouTubers. So for me, it's like, I'm doing what I always wanted to as a kid, and having other people involved in that process, chilling, being a part of it, the coolest thing in the world for me. Because it's like, if you tell your family about streaming and content creation, which they know all about since I've been doing it for a while now, but it's like, they don't understand it, but it's like, you guys, we can chill and talk about football, We can chill and talk about the menu grind. We can talk about other games. It's just like a completely different experience because it's a completely different group of people. And like the cool thing about our community is like you'll have people that are genuinely like 8 years old, and you'll have people who are like 50. So it's like we have all walks of life. So you have a lot of cool moments with that where it's like we talk about life stuff outside of just like grinding this game. Like, what does it look like in my life? Different things I do. Speaking about that, brother, I scored an absolute banger on Monday. So my football league's on Mondays, and then we had a makeup game on Tuesday as well. But we were down one of the girls in our co-ed league on Monday, and I, as a joke, since we were down a person, we were talking about the game plan before the game started, and I was like, all right, well, let's just like score a banger and then figure it out from there. We'll score a banger and then figure it out from there. So we concede a goal within like the first minute of the game. It was like, all right, well, that's not going to happen. A minute after that, we get a corner kick, and one of the other defenders on our team scores a bicycle kick. It's like, all right, there's the banger. That's good. And then 2 minutes after that, I play a ball over the top to our midfielder. He took it towards the end line and tried to cut back, but there wasn't an angle. So I came up from center back, and I was past the halfway mark, but way outside the box at an angle. So he's kind of closer to the corner flag. And I asked for the ball, and I'm left-footed. So we're on the right side of the pitch. He plays a ball across my body. I let it go so I can go to my left foot. And I, like, hit it perfectly where I guide it into the top bins side netting. And it couldn't go more top bins. Greatest goal I've scored in my life. Absolute banger. And then I scored another shot outside the box in the second half. So I scored 2 long shots that game. And then I missed an absolute sitter in my Tuesday game. So it all balances out. Absolutely lovely. As it should. Defenders need to score screamers and miss the most basic opportunities. I did have a goal line clearance, though. That was cool. Our goalkeeper got beat, and I stood behind him, and dude took a shot, and I stuck my foot out and blocked it, which was cool. Brilliant left casual league screamer goal from center back. Yes, sir. Look how many Irenes we have, brother. So, question to you guys. I have 100 Team of the Week packs built out already. Theoretically, we could get the dailies done in seconds. I kind of like slowly doing them. We had the other ones on. It was the 8410s we were kind of just waiting on. I kind of like doing them with the dupe storage as it fills up with the other cards, rather than even using Team of the Weeks. I find that more fun. Should we continue doing it that way? I mean, eventually I'll have to use my Team of the Weeks, but my issue is I feel like if I use all Team of the Weeks, my dupe storage is going to be like 50 FOFs by tomorrow. And I'm going to feel like the need to save them. I guess technically we could put them into one of the big PPs then, but it's like a first world problem. Well, you know what? We could probably do low to high now. Right as I'm getting to the end of it. Okay. Actually, speaking of that, let's actually do that. I should probably put a Beckenbauer in. Alright, let's give this one a shout. It'll clear our dupe storage a little bit and allow us to see how good is this pack really. Miyama. That's not enough. Are you kidding me? We were putting a McTominay for a McTominay. No wonder it wasn't working. Alright. Let's try this one out. Any packs in the game like FC24 where you can get higher cards, like how exchanges is capped at 88, special base, is it possible to get them if there's an 89? So yes and no, George. That might sound complicated, me saying that, but let me explain. It's a single exchange. It's an 87 plus exchange in terms of what you can put in. It's capped at 88. However, if you're grinding that into player picks and just the menus in general, there's things like this FOF pack you're seeing me open up now that can generate you basically 10k per one. You can very easily do a ton of these a day. You can generate hundreds of thousands of coins daily and throughout the week, make a mil plus, that you can then put into high, not even high expensive promo packs, but a lot of promo packs that give you guaranteed high rated fodder, which would be what you're looking for. So like for example, have you played the game over the past, have you played, do you think 200 days so far this game? If so, you have a 4U pack that's 126k. It gives you 200 gold rare players untradeable with 26, 86 rated and above. So it's super overpowered. Alright, I'm going to get rid of these ones. Just because it'd be clunky otherwise. Okay, we could do... Keep spamming player picks. So it's not like getting a gold team of the week in a bronze pack? So it's not like getting a gold team of the week in a bronze pack? What do you mean? Oh, sorry, I read that wrong. My bad. Hold on, time out. I didn't read your whole message. I assumed what you said. I thought you were talking about, is there an exchange higher than 88? You're saying, like how the exchange is capped at 88 if there's a special in the base there. So, if you do the 87 to 90 times 3, I've got an FOF cards in there. Those special cards fall in the rating range, so you can pack them in there. Don't know if that answers your question. I know what you're saying. I don't know how to answer it in particular. Like, if the rating falls in the range, you can get it. For example, Immobile, when he was a Footies 96, he was a base gold common. We got him in a silver upgrade. So we had a squad of 11 silvers, and we made a silver upgrade, and we got a 96 rated Immobile. So we could get him in a silver upgrade. You can get the promo card if it falls in that rating, but you can't get, like, for example, if a 88 rated gold rare is no longer in packs because it has a 99 footies, you're not going to have the code say in the provision pack, if you pack this 88 rated gold rare, it's going to register as the footies and you're going to get a footies. It's heavily capped at the 88, if that makes sense. I hope that answers what you're saying. Or wanting to know, I should say. Brian Brabi. Another nice thing about doing the gold rares this way for player picks on console is if we're going low to high, what this is allowing me to do later is if I grind through all these and I'm getting an 84 plus guaranteed and I'm saving the provision pack if I get enough 87 pluses or however we're doing this, what we're doing in our club when we were spamming these provisions, we have all those gold commons that are just stacking up lower rated that are now getting more and more easier to make in our club because the rares are getting higher and higher. So the way I would probably recommend going about making your crafting upgrades, aka the 80 plus times 5, would be get your gold rares to a high rating before you continue opening your other provisions. Get rid of your 80 plus times 5s, build those out, and then open provisions back in. Do you still use the walking pad when you're grinding? Yeah, I just got a new walking pad actually last week. I'm waiting for a mat to come with this one though, because I used it without it and a piece of the carpet got sucked in and didn't catch on fire, but you could hear it start cackling and you could smell it a little bit. So I'm just playing it safe. Yeah, we still try to get 15k to 20k subs a day. This walking pad I have goes up to, I believe, 4 miles an hour for this one, which is faster than my other one. It also has a incline that you can put up yourself, which goes up to 6% incline. I didn't realize it was a 6% incline. I thought it was like 2. So when I first got it, I just did the incline. And when I would usually do the walking pad when I work from home or like when I would stream, I'd be on it. I wouldn't really sweat at all because like it wasn't too hard of a workout, unless it was like extremely hot outside or inside. But dude, I was sweating bullets. I'm like, dude, I didn't think the incline was this crazy. And then I come to research like a week and a half later. It's like, oh no, I was walking at a 6 incline for like 5-6 hours. Oh, nice. I got you. I understand. Also, does this game still crash a lot in the menus during Team of the Year? We've had patches today where it's crashed. I'll say it's been better the past hour or two, but it's still very frustrating. The more you're on the menus, the more you'll encounter that. I will say, it feels like we've had a lot less crashes since being on the PS4 version compared to the PS5, but it's alright. It's not great. It's not fantastic. But for unlimited grind, it's worth it to be on everything. Train for a marathon, and if I could somehow incorporate grinding into my runs, I feel like my life would be complete. If you are marathon training, running on it would probably not be a good thing for just menu grinding in general. I don't know if you do other training outside of like jogging and running though. If you VO2 max trained with the incline, and you maybe didn't do mouth breathing, you're just breathing out your nose and did like intervals and stuff of that, you could 100% do things that would benefit your training while grinding. So like that's kind of like what I do for football is like I used to do a ton of sprints as my workouts. I would occasionally do like long distance runs, but just spam walking is kind of taking over that for my VO2 training. I'll still do other stuff, but I've noticed that's just made it so much easier for me to have like a second lung. Do you even consider incline supplement training? Yeah, just whatever can get you to zone 2 or above, I feel like. Because yeah, like for me, I had times where I was doing that. I'd do like zone 2 jogging outside, and I'd be on the companion app, and it's just so dumb. I'm jogging like a mile an hour outside, going super slow, checking if my heart rate's the thing, and then opening things on my phone. I'm like, this is dumb. Let me get on my walking pad. And like working from home is so nice because you just get in the zone and you're walking at the same pace and you're just typing the keyboard with your raised desk. It's like the perfect environment. You kind of forget you're walking. When it's on an incline, I never forget because you feel it, but when it wasn't on the incline, it's like you could literally go for hours without noticing. That right mid that I just submitted is who Sunderland's potentially getting as their new right winger. Looks like a proper baller. Oh shoot, my phone's about to die and my Apple Watch is about to die. I just realized I haven't eaten my dinner. Weird how calories don't matter or you're not hungry when you're menu grinding. You just kind of forget it exists. Is this selfish? I low-key, outside of like maybe 84-10 repeatables, 85-10 repeatables, I hope we don't get like a better exchange than this. Because I feel like this is just easy enough grinding to make infinite packs and hard enough to like grind for the 99s where it's really going to feel worth it to go for it. But still, I feel like achievable potentially. If they get too crazy, like last year, I feel like we were able to accomplish everything. We had like 3,083 20s, which was the 88 exchange left over that we didn't even open last year. It was so overkill that it just kind of bored me, especially without the World Cup. Like, I low-key kind of want this to last all the way into the next game, if possible. And we're basically almost there, right? We're 4 weeks away from the web app. Web app, probably. Look, we're only to 79s, dude. And this is without making any of the 80 times 5s lately. We still have all those in the club that have been piling up. Crazy, crazy grind. I also forgot my food. If I make it and start play Pokemon Legends, trying to 100% it right now. Do you shiny hunt at all? Mariona. Cold. Alright, we'll keep spamming these. Yeah, I want to work these. I'll probably work these player picks all the way up till I'm out of maybe 84s. Then we'd be able to make a bunch of crafting upgrades, which would be nice. Could you imagine if there wasn't SBC bans, how efficient this would be? Could you imagine hopping on Foot Genie and just spam it? So many. It'd be crazy. Boom, boom, boom. Maybe, but first, all next research hacks. Nice. Is batch 3 confirmed? Yeah, we're getting a batch 3 and a Footies Team 3. I haven't seen the leak of the players in batch 3. I don't know if there's any overlap with batch 1 and batch 2. I would assume there would be the same amount, if not more, Team of the Seasons, FOFs, in batch 3. I will say it feels like the pack weight of them has heavily increased, which is nice. I feel like it's a lot easier to get them. These are heavy. Brothers drugged out in chat menu grinding. What a life. You know, surgery was painful, but not as painful as a SBC ban. Right after I finished my dailies. There's levels. Worst one yet. Something to consider too, I just realized it. If you're planning to put 87s to, let's say, 90s, that's the range, into the exchange, you can, if, like, for example, there, I had a Rodman dupe, even though special card makes sense to take over the same rating, that's a 87. The 87 gold rare I didn't have in the club, so if I can put that in my club and save a dupe storage spot, that's cool. No more boxing for you, you're done? 350 hours in and only in second part of the game? Dang. That's like me in Pal World right now. I can put endless hours in. And I'm just nowhere near ready for anything. It's like, oh, let me get this ball. Okay. Second I make this ball, I need the next one. And the next one, I need Pal Steel. Okay. Well, if I need Pal Steel, I need this as well. Well, this is in this region. You have to beat this boss. But my team's a few levels under-leveled, so let me go do that. You into NFL college, by the way? A little bit, not too much. I'm from Wisconsin, so Green Bay Packers, and then for college, Wisconsin Badgers. I went to UW-Whitewater for school, so they're D3. That's why I support D3. But in terms of just enjoying American football, I'd say it's a mix. I love college, not as much Wisconsin, because they're always hit and miss and horrific most years recently. But high-end college football is super fun to watch. More fun than NFL, in my opinion. But the average NFL matchup, I feel like, is better. Like, I'd much rather see the Packers play the Lions rather than Wisconsin to play Alabama on the road and get blown out by 50. But I would love to see Michigan play Ohio State. I'd love to see any Big Ten matchup of top 10 teams. Love to see all the bowl games. SEC. You name it. Off-end game right now, the first game of the season. Get this for a sportsman. Wait, are you talking? Am I into Madden / NCAA football, the video game? Or are you asking me about actual? I'm so confused now. Football team is West Ham. My NFL team is the Giants. My MLB team is the Mets. My favorite driver is Kyle Busch. Thankfully, I just got out of the first era. I got sick and tired of my shiny Shinx. I got at 15. Great Pokemon. Goat Pokemon. Lynx later on is amazing. I always love seeing the American sports comparisons to like football clubs in the Prem especially. It's like if you're a What would be a good example? Like, Chicago White Sox for the longest time just were perpetual losers in the MLB. Absolutely sucked. Nothing to look forward to every single season. In their hometown, for both teams that are in Chicago, they're the worst one. They always get battered. What's like the either Prem or EFL equivalent to that? Giants suck. West Ham relegated. Mets suck. Kyle Busch effing died. Wait, he actually did die, didn't he? Jeez. Dude, yeah. Oh my goodness. Bro. Hold on. The Giants suck. Your West Ham got relegated. The Mets suck. Your driver, Kyle Busch, died. You retired from your favorite sport due to injury. You got surgery. Are you good, bro? You want me to call you later? Check in? Jeez. That's, And he's SBC, man. Oh my goodness. Forget the other stuff. Brother can't do SBCs. It's been a rough year. I feel it, brother. I not exactly feel it, but yeah. Here if you need anything, man. You hear the noise, and it's another Shinx. Got my wife. And Eli the dog. Dude, I want a dog so bad. I love my aunt's dog. I love my friend's dog. But I want my own dog one day. Dude, the unconditional love that dogs in particular out of pets that they give is the greatest thing ever. Genuinely the greatest. Since I work from home and when I'm dog sitting for my aunt's dog, she's a female Rottweiler. She'll just lay at my feet all day. It's the best thing. Lay at my feet. It's like annoying in the moment, but the best kind of annoying is like I'll be typing on my keypad, and if I wake her up from her nap by accidentally moving even a little bit, she'll do this thing where she like wants me to hold her paw like I'm holding her hand. And if I let go at any point, she'll like put it back up. So it's like I have to work sometimes. Like either scroll through emails or stuff one-handed because she just literally wants me to hold her hand. It's the best. Like I wish she was smaller so I could like pick her up and put her on the chair with me on my lap. But sadly, she's a massive Rottweiler. I could still probably try. It probably wouldn't work well. Foot Genie and dogs? Dude, I don't think she'd be coming before my Italy trip. But if she ever spends the weekend here before I leave in end of September for the Italy trip, I'll 100% do a menu grind and chill stream with a dog cam where I'm just chilling with her. You know it'd be cool? Speaking about like extensions, making grinds easier, menus. Pokemon had this cool thing. I don't know if they still do it. I think Pokemon Go does it, but old Pokemon games used to do it where you had a Pokemon like step counter. And if you got steps, it would be like actual XP in game for your usual steps that you get in game. So like if you're unfamiliar with Pokemon, if you have your Pokemon in the daycare, when you move around in the game, every step you take, whether it's you're walking, you're sprinting, or you're riding a bike, counts as XP towards your Pokemon in there. The more levels you go up, the more you owe the daycare, but you would get up levels that way. and they implemented this device where you could get steps and have it count towards levels in XP. Could you imagine that for the menu grind? Like, playing gameplay can get us coins, XP, or packs this year for 27. Could you imagine, like, if you're walking and you're getting 10k steps a day, you're unlocking, like, a jumbo gold pack or something? Would be sick. Once heard noise, could not find it, and it took like an hour to find and dupe. You can imagine how disappointed I was. See, I'm colorblind, so like the old school shinies always upset me because like I wouldn't always know if I either saw a shiny. I probably let so many shinies go if I wasn't paying attention to the noise or if it was off just the visual. But like the newer games, I don't play the newer games as much. I do more like ROMs and emulators. That's easier now. Then you could just put the watch on a kitchen mixer and earn 50 jumbos a day. Yeah. And redacted? You're saying it like it's a bad thing, brother. We are farming them. I mean, I'll just do it for steps because I'm a degen anyways. I would genuinely get a 100k step day if it meant 100 jumbo gold packs. I'd do it. The most steps I've gotten in a day, I think, is 60k. I could push for 100. I know it's possible. Yeah, I just gotta wake up early enough and go to bed late enough. That's all it is. It's a math game. There's still a daycare, but it's not XP now, as the game's fully open world. Dang. Do you like that open world format? Or do you prefer the older games? I'm more of like the OG Pokemon games. Like, Pokemon Fire Red is my favorite Pokemon game of all time. I would put Pokemon Fire Red in the top 5 video games of all time for me personally. It's in there with the 2 Black Ops games, or 2 out of the 3 Black Ops games at least. I was a huge fan of Black Ops 1. That was the first one I owned on the PS3. Black Ops 2 obviously was a fantastic Call of Duty. But Black Ops 3, man, that was the start of our YouTube channel here. Of us posting content and doing live streams consistently. It's what originally grew our channel a bit. So good. Zombies was so quality. There's so many Zombies maps. The OG maps returning with the remasters. You had amazing multiplayer. The crypto key system. You had the Gobblegums. You had game battles. You had competitive. That your Optic was doing super well. You had S&D tournaments. You had open mics. Playing with subscribers. Dude. It was peak time. And then Silly Me. You ready for this? You know what Silly Me did? Silly Me went from that. And then Infinite Warfare came out. I didn't like Infinite Warfare as much. Played it a little bit. But then the World War game came after that. The World War II. And that didn't do well. In between that Infinite Warfare time of coming out and before the next year of World War II, it kind of like slowed down a bit. I have videos on this channel of me playing FIFA 17 on stream. And there's part of me that's like, ooh, this would be really fun. Should we make FIFA 17 content? And then I just stuck with Call of Duty for another few years, man. Could you have imagined if we started the menu grind in content creation for FIFA back in 17? Instead of you guys finding me in 1920, could you imagine if it started in 17? That would have been sick. I'm colorblind too, but the sparkle now, if you see them, it's so better. Okay. For the OG, but these open worlds are cool. Yeah. I mean, that's like I feel like Pokemon's dealing with the same thing that like Call of Duty and EA Sports deal with to a certain extent. It's like, you've been so successful for so long. You're so big of a gaming company and like a gaming franchise that you really can't improve on it. All you can really do is either try something new and hope it does well, or continue to do the same things and eventually have people not like it anymore. And sadly, EA has taken, I would argue, like the worst direction with everything. Like with just gameplay, it just continues to rot. They don't really ever fix it in a good way. They implement new systems that make it worse when it comes to metas and just everything in general. Menu grind, I feel like genuinely was so good for so long. Like, I would take, honestly, as much as I love the menu grind nowadays, still grinding the menus and finding ways to do it, part of me misses BPM old school days, before extensions, before even web app Chrome tabs where you could switch between the two and cancel the pack animation. Part of me misses spending hours opening bronze packs on my companion app or console and doing League SBCs once and never having to do them again for a great player at the end. Like, there's something really good in that. Or like the League SBCs where it's like you had to do each squad, you get a player at the end, but then it's repeatable, it starts again. And you had the Bundesliga where it's like some of the teams were mainly bronzes and silvers, and you'd have like a extinct silver at like 10k. That if you packed tradable was insane. But if you did BPM and got him untradeable and a bronze upgrade, was better than packing like a team of the year part of the time. Black Ops 2 is the best COD in my opinion, but it's a 9 out of 10. If it has the same drop system as Black Ops 4, it would be a 10. I think the issue with Call of Duty 2 is like Call of Duty had like a split identity. Call of Duty's most popular games, in my opinion, were peak Black Ops times and peak Modern Warfare times. So if you look at the time period of the original Modern Warfare, the Modern Warfare 2 peak for most people, and then Modern Warfare 3, which was insanely good for most people too. Some people, the way I talk about Black Ops 1 and Black Ops 3 over Black Ops 2 is how people talk about MW3 over MW2. It's one of those things where it's like, you can make a case because those games are so good, but you just went year to year to year of them being really good multiplayers. But then when it went to Treyarch, you had the zombies element too that you could look forward to. You had other aspects with Infinity Ward and the Modern Warfares where you had like the survival game mode, which in MW3 that was phenomenal in my opinion. That was super fun. But like, there's a difference, and you had the two different identities that would go year to year. FIFA, you had it where it was like year to year, different identities of games, different menu designs, different things you could do, brand new game modes. Now it's like year to year, it's copy and paste, everything feels the same but somehow getting worse, so it's not the same. It's like changing for the worse, but it looks the same, but then it's also changing for the worse. It looks the same, but then they'll change a pack animation to make it 5 minutes to see a walkout. That's going to be 2K. Because they're going to have a tradable promo pack week 1. And the price of everything's going to crash, even though they want to slow the power curve. Like, it's crazy. Alright, so we are finally to 84s, actually. That's sick. Alright, let's do storage looking like 79 out of 100. Footies and Team of Seasons are starting to pile up again. Those starting to pile up. Let me we'll do golds, all, low to high, 87 to 90. But yeah. I know part of it's nostalgia. Like when Black Ops 3 came out, I was a senior in high school. So it's like my responsibility is my senior year of high school going into then my freshman year of college were completely different than me as an adult. So it's like, how I would play the games or how I'd engage with them is obviously going to be different, but genuinely, I feel like games were so much better back then. Because it's like the game cared more about getting you to not only buy the game, but enjoy playing it most of the year than it was trying to sell you on just a bunch of crap. You obviously still had stuff that people would get upset about. You had hackers for Call of Duty. You had overtime cosmetics trying to be sold in there. It wasn't perfect, but in my opinion, was a much better system than nowadays. I'd much rather spend $10 for 3 new multiplayer maps and a zombies map than I would to spend $10 to get a hat on a character and spend $50 to get the whole bundle of a character cosmetic. It's like the money has no meaning anymore. Like, could you imagine that in like FIFA / EAFC? Could you imagine? It's like, hey, just so you guys know, we just added 2 new game modes, the Ultimate Team. $5 a piece for the game modes, brings a whole new set of rewards and stuff if you want it. Counts toward Season Pass if you want to do it. Cool. I'd be all for that. But the existing game would have to be good to begin with. If it was just a money grab for a money grab, that'd be different. But it's like, I'd genuinely take that. I would genuinely take if they gave you, like, whether it be coins, honestly, if they gave us a provisions early, if they gave us exchanges early in 27, but it was through the form of, like, you had to spend coins or FIFA points to unlock some sort of thing or tokens to unlock something, I would genuinely take unlocking a menu grind and having a cost to it. You're passing out? Have a good one, brother. It'd be so funny if EA make a pack animation unskippable. It's just so useless. The 85s and below doesn't look bad at all, like with its speed. So it's mainly just walkouts you have to worry about. I just hope it's easy to tell early on, like, how quality of a walkout it's going to be. I'm going to be so annoyed if I'm, like, waiting a year for 86 burger and she's 1.9k on the market. It's like, okay, sweet, dude. I think that too as well with Black Ops 3. I played that till Black Ops 4 came out. I remember Zombies Chronicles. Yeah, I mean, Infinite Warfare, in my opinion, was an overhated Call of Duty, both for the zombies and multiplayer. Zombies in Spaceland was amazing. A lot of aspects of the multiplayer, I feel like people didn't like jetpacks. It was more of they didn't like the direction of Call of Duty going jetpacks more than they didn't like the game itself. Competitively, it played really well. Map design, I felt like, was relatively well to a certain extent. Like, it was a good COD in my opinion, overhated. But saying that, when World War II wasn't as fun, and when I wasn't playing as much Infinite Warfare either, I would consistently play Black Ops 3 and go back to it year after year. And there was a community that would continue to go back to it too. It wasn't even just like, hey, I'm giving up content creation to do this. It'd be like, no. People would watch me play zombies and go for a top 200 in the world run. You pack anything good since the menu grind came out? No 99s yet. Or anything insanely good, but generating a lot of coins, generating a lot of packs, generating a lot of fodder, which is all going to help in the long run as more stuff comes out. So it's not seen exactly right now, but it's going to continue to get better. How about you? Alright, now it's starting to lag a little bit, I'm noticing. Done over 550 picks today, and the highest is a 97. Dang, man. GG. It's a lot of grinding. I wonder how many we've done. I want to say the thing I want to say, but I know the second I say it, it's going to happen. I feel like we'd be brushing up against some limit, but doesn't feel like it. just think Black Ops 3 did everything better, including jetpacks. I agree. Like, even people who didn't like jetpacks objectively liked Black Ops 3. Black Ops 3 was such a good multiplayer, especially. You could play even without the jetpacks in the sense of, like, I even did it to a certain extent. It's like there's a lot of parts on the maps where it's like you don't even have to engage in those gunfights where you're in the air. There's benefits to it for sure, but plenty of opportunities. Especially search and destroy. But then again, there were aspects of search and destroy where it's like you could hit the most disgusting bee bomb plants and then go on a wall with like a thermal sniper, wall run, jump up, look to see if it's diffusing, wall run, jump up, see if it's diffusing on the other side of the map completely away from it, where they're never going to have enough time to defuse if they come get you, but as long as you don't accidentally fall to your death, you'll kill them if they try to defuse. It's like stuff like that would happen, but like the cool thing then, and like the same thing was true with FIFA to a certain extent too, and I kind of missed that aspect of it. There's always been what would be considered meta. The engagement with it was different though. So it's like, for example, for Call of Duty, there's always been like quote unquote meta classes. But the way it worked was like you would see a person in your game do really good. He'd die once and he'd drop his gun. And you'd see what attachments he had on his gun. So then you would try to use those attachments next game. Or you'd ask him what his class setup was. Or you'd go to a YouTuber's channel that you're watching commentaries and they're like, hey, I'm using this class loadout. It's doing really well. And you'd use it. But not everyone would watch that. So not everyone would rock it. And you also didn't have... you had open matchmaking where you could match against anyone. So you'd have games you'd run into full like pub squad stompers of like a full clan. You'd have other ones you're playing complete noobs. So it was always a good mix where you didn't even have to use the best stuff and you could do well. Same thing was true with FIFA to a certain extent where it's like you didn't have to have a great team. Some of my most fondest memories playing FIFA were genuinely using like 80 rated South Korean inform center backs for half the year because I was flexing the fact that I packed a inform card. I would use silver Neymar or like gold Dino. It was having the time of my life. I'd put Akinfenwa up top. I'd have a bronze. I'd have a meta silver in my team. It was like, that was so fun. Never did I have like a full special team for ages and I didn't care. But now it's like, unless I'm doing my Sunderland RTG, everyone wants to know. They're like, Mumbo, what are you rocking? What's your team? Why didn't you do this SBC? Why didn't you do this Evo? You packed that team of the year, but you're not playing gameplay with it? Why are you using Sunderland over it? I still have two 8410s I didn't open up. Dang. Another FOF cold. Gold. So we have 74 repeatable footies. So this number continues to climb up. I still haven't touched any of the gold commons in my club that we can make more crafting upgrades with. I can make more player picks. I can make even more provisions. We're in such a good spot, boys. I still have 97 80 plus times 5s. That's going to be way, way more. This is beautiful. Now, is there any promo packs I may be eyeing up? I'm 100% eyeing provisions. I'll probably do all 3 of the Equalizer provision packs. 80 to 86 rated for 50 gold rares being 50k. If you guys aren't familiar with these, provision packs are out once a week. So you can do them to its limit weekly. So I do those each week. There's a common one I used to do weekly as well. It'd be 25k for, I think it's 50 gold commons. You can do up to 5 times. Just another additional way to get cards in your club if needed. But like, now that coins aren't an issue and cards aren't an issue, I probably don't even have to do that, to be fair. Probably would make more sense just buying 87s and putting those into more provisions if I wanted to build those out even more. Because you could get even higher rateds for the gold rares. So I take back this. This is probably not even needed anymore. But what else is out there? Let's see. 26k. Best of. Flashback favorites. 6 rated or higher. See, I don't like the ones that are more expensive and less cards, even if they're higher rated. If there's like a really good chance at maybe a 99, I'd potentially go for it, but I'm mainly looking for the ones that are like 150, 200k, 250, like up to 500k and have like 20, 30, 40 plus cards. 99% ed, Black Ops 3 trophies, all Easter eggs, and almost every weapon and all camos. Only weapon I did not get was the M14. That was limited for 2 weeks. They removed. We got the camos for it as one of the homies got it, and after he finished it, he started every match dying to drop for me. That's sick. Oh, hold on. Not what I want to do. Don't want to put 87 to 90s into a player pick. No, thank you. But yeah, the idea of League SBCs I think was cool to do tomorrow, but I think having all the focus be on the higher end packs is 100% the way to go. What do I do with my 100 Team of the Weeks that I have saved up in pack form still? Do I spam those open and just have them sit in my club? Do I have them just sit in my packs in case I ever need them? No clue. We shall figure that out. Is anyone tweaked with the different gold ratings mixing in with maybe like footies cards or other stuff to do for the 94 plus FOF/footies team 1 pick? I'm just kind of taking my dupe storage and throwing it in there, but if anyone has a sauce, let me know. I've noticed the menus have heavily started to slow down now. Really, really slow down. Can you get to the 9 with all 86? Okay, so I can have 285s. Rest 86s with 293s and a 92. Okay, so doing a mix of those two would be good. 88 squad I can get away with. Lower end ones. I could probably put 84s too if I'm putting a footies card in. Or I could mix in an FOF. There we go. Joof. 97. Sick. That's not enough? There we go. I was going to say, no shot we put in 4 90 pluses. That doesn't hit. You don't even need to do these on probably Foot Genie either. You could. These are really easy to make on here though. We're known as Mundios 97. Sick. Boom, boom. Go to high. Up to E5. Wonder how many 84s are actually in our club. Probably a crap ton. So our dupe storage has a lot. Yo, thank you for the sub. Appreciate it. Dude, I don't even know what I'm gonna have for dinner. It's 8:30. Dang, dude. At one point, we had 262 people in here at once. We're at 162 people watching right now with an average view duration of over 32 minutes. That's insane, boys. You guys are absolutely killing it. Thank you for all the support, by the way. And as the screen keeps loading, Friday's upload, we're going to have a video go up a few hours before new content. We're going to talk different console, companion app, web app, what makes sense to do on what. Saturday's video then will be with whatever the, hopefully, Footies Team 2 player pick type thing is out. How to grind that, how to make liquid coins on that, how to put those into promo packs. Kind of that next level of grind. But we can really step it up. Mumbo getting the fat paycheck. I'm genuinely curious to see how much ad revenue it makes. Probably justifies buying the Ultimate Plus. Guys, we found the unlimited method. We grind the unlimited menus for an unlimited amount of time to play an unlimited amount of ads, where we make an unlimited amount of videos about the unlimited grind, to make an unlimited amount of money, to buy the unlimited games, to make unlimited content. It all cycles back together. It's a circle. Rinse and repeat. Alright, so we got an 86. I want to see if we can clear all these 84s. Also, too, if you want to avoid the gold commons, you theoretically could put the minimum rating up to whatever you're working towards. So, like, if I'm on 84s right now, I can put 83 as the minimum rated. And we won't have any gold commons that are 83 and above. That'd probably make it easier to make these, to be fair. Let's do that. Perfect. Oh, my phone went off. What is it? All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to wrap it up there. I'm going to go record the video for Friday. If you guys have any questions, feel free to let me know in the comments of either this stream or the video we uploaded today. Like I said, tomorrow will be the SBC one, so we'll help out, I feel like, a ton for you guys to kind of stretch this grind even more unlimited than you were. I was kind of mad earlier today, but now that I think the grind is almost perfect, just need to remove the soft mints. Yeah, I mean, it was one of those things where it's like when it was originally leaked, and there's all this information we were getting, it sounded horrible, to be fair. But I think most of us are pleasantly surprised. I think there's some people that weren't going to grind anyways that used it just as another opportunity to be like, yay, let us down. But, like, genuinely, it's good. It doesn't even need a... Obviously, it'd be cool if it didn't have a rating cap, so we could pack something in that pack too. But the craftability is just next level, so... It's got 95 Dina from an 84 plus. W, man. That's sick. Let's go. But yeah, take it easy, guys. We'll be live 4 hours after new content. Expect the video 2 to 3 hours before new content. We'll be live 4 hours after new content. Adios. God bless. Peace.